It says we are live for 2 seconds. Now let's find the chat doc. And it's telling me I am in chat on a live stream. $13.50. Went live. Are you still there? Did I lose you?
Yep. I'm still here.
Let's go back to YouTube. Says someone named Chris Raygun is live. Search me.
Who's
Search me
Chris
some
Ray
more.
Guy?
No clue. Still not showing up live.
I'm seeing you on live because you're scrolling.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not showing up in the search index. There it is. So now it is officially live. Bye. Refresh my page. Now I show up live on my own page. Today's topics. Some of yesterday's topics. The main first thing going down internet rabbit holes led me to on one of these this creator insider used to say one of three this morning. So I clicked on the first one over here at Creator Insider channel. 24 minutes of something about communities. Remind me later, George, to explain why I say it like an Ewok.
Okay.
And
Got tenor.
I refuse to like or dislike this video.
Okay.
Whoever Creator Insider is, they have 713,000 subscribers. Everybody should go watch this stuff. I'm not linking a link to it in my video or anything else.
About.
Oh, God, it's all about how the new community tab, button, section, whatever, and no one can figure out because they say, let me see if I can get a.
How do you
These three people all say sometimes communities, like it's written at the bottom, and community, like we have always had at our basic channels, a tab? So are we talking about something that only super special 850,000 people, subscribers can see, or what? It's very confusing and time wasting. And some of these comments, I liked the comment. The community tab is not very good. See, this is the community tab like I have up on that other screen here.
Yeah. Yeah.
But if you go to your channel dashboard or your creator studio from the menu here, go to your account, Go here to your channel, get you to this dashboard. See, here's another community tab.
Yep.
Well, this goes to the comments under your videos.
I always thought that community tab were people that you like. The channel, people that are related information and maybe channels that you subscribe to.
Yeah, nope, that's under subscriptions back on your main pages here. This community tab allows you to make posts. Visibility public that I can't change. Anything I post in my community is public. And you can do polls and you can do this and you can do that. And the guys talk about it all over this video.
Good.
Another one of these. I put some thumbs on some comments, but I left some of them just hanging. See, need more clarity when we make community posts. I'm going to thumb that because I need more clarity on what the H is communities plural and what is community posts as in on your own community tab. And in the video they say, well, you can just go to everybody's community plural tab, I mean singular, and you can post all over their community. And no, you can't. Here's their community tab, which they haven't put anything on it in a year. So because, is it again, and here's another thing, because they have that many hundreds of thousands of subscribers, do they have special privileges here that us little people don't? Or that the one guy said in somewhere in there, and the video was published on October 31, Halloween. So it's not like this is a 10-year-old video. One of these guys talks about how they're looking at the beta. Well, okay, YouTube. Don't put this on my... Don't put it here if it's not available to us. You wasted 24 minutes of my life and a whole lot more. So I can't post on their thing. I can't do anything on their thing. So I'm going to close their thing. Their communities.
Yeah.
Because I have always been. And I went to check. It says, oh, you can go write posts on community tab. So I went to somebody I follow and I'm subscribed to. It says, if you're subscribed to them and they set the settings, you could do whatever. So I go to his community. He hasn't put anything up here for a year. And he started 2 years ago, not October 31st, when some supposed beta something from this video. So I want to, I have a compulsion, of course, to sit up here and write a smart aleck comment like, you mentioned in somewhere in the beginning 5 minutes of this 24-minute train wreck of a video about this great online sharing social media feeds driving up traffic to all of each other's stuff and everything, that it was a beta. Well, then hide your video until it's real to the rest of us. I've wasted a lot of my time. And I want to thumb all the Nitro Gaming says text posts are less likely and image posts get whatever. Okay. All these people say absolute majority of the subscribers have not seen my posts on community. So what is this? Communities, plural. Andrew and Aaron, please. Somebody figure it out, but I'm not going to go write comments that might get me in trouble with whoever this is that YouTube is hard promoting in our own channel. See, there it
The
is.
YouTube police. You don't want to get in trouble with the YouTube police.
Yes. And no, I'm not taking negative. It's talking negative. It sounds like a great thing, but I'm wondering if they got this video out a little too early. Just because the guy said beta, that they're in beta, and he's been involved since it was alpha. He probably goes back to all my other videos, and George can attest. Did you get something in writing, sirs, from YouTube that communities, as it says on your thumbnail with a big exclamation point, was now live and that you should make a video discussing it? Because if someone just told you and you ran with your video, well, if it ain't written down, it didn't happen. So after that, I didn't really want to watch This Week at YouTube. That's my griping. I'm trying to be chill. I don't know if I can see. I can see it up here. I put in my description today. Make it bigger. Standard stuff copy pasted from yesterday. I'm trying to stay out of the deep end because I am, or we are, because we are many, a shallow person. That's a saying of mine. I have many. We'll do some action or acting. We'll do some reaction and reacting like I just reacted to that video of theirs and wasting my time trying to find what is this community and then just blabbing, telling stories. And of course, the other thing didn't tell me that was misspelled. What did I miss? An L? Yep. Do I now? It's broken. So we just going, yeah. There's some things I had on the list from yesterday. React or reaction. I was thinking about marking a live piece as adult only, or however you do that, age verification required.
Yeah.
Because of the you sent yesterday about cops hurting a deaf guy with cerebral palsy.
Yep.
And of course, I have a reaction. I have thoughts.
So do I. Fire them.
Yeah, the whole department. Just shut it down. And I'm not sure where you'll get someone to replace them. I don't know. Recruit them out of a. Not that it would stop a real criminal, but recruit them out of a liberal arts college and get a bunch of T-police. They're less likely to hurt somebody. Let's err on the side of not hurting people for a while.
Well, it's just like there's a YouTuber. I don't remember his name. It's immaterial. He's a self-confessed bad guy. Prison time. Oh, I'm this, I'm that, I'm tough. And he charges people to basically yell at them and call them all kinds of wussy names. Yeah, but when someone actually in the prison system looks to see if he's been where he says he's been, there is absolutely zero record of it.
And this is what I was, yeah. Remember yesterday we talked on the phone and I told you I made detailed notes. Sometimes it's good to type fast because we weren't on the phone very long, but I had a lot of stuff to discuss yesterday. And it never happened. This one. Before we get to acting and reacting content. I told you yesterday. From yesterday.
I mean,
Any
we're
kind of
all
people. Go ahead.
we're
What?
all curious. We're all
It,
curious, and we ask questions.
yeah.
And because some people think you're trying to say they're not real, they take offense when you ask them. Like, for instance, I knew someone, and I asked, and he was a soldier, and I asked him, did he happen to use this particular weapon system? And because I wanted to get his opinion on it, and he got angry. I don't know why, and said, "No, but I've killed people with my bare hands. Does that count?" And I looked him dead in the face, said, "No." As if he was the only guy who's ever killed someone in combat in bare hands. But to go find out, he's never been outside for the post here in the States. He's never been to combat, so he's either a self-confessed murderer or a liar. Where you get all these people that want to get all these little extra benefits for being veterans, and they put on these they order offline from a surplus store and get all these ribbons and stuff and go wear it out in public, and it's like, you just by looking at it you can tell they're not real, because they don't, they're mixing ribbons and metals. They have the ribbons on the wrong side. It's just like, in Hollywood, if you're not military, you cannot have a correct uniform. Something has to be out of place. And there
Yep.
was one that was like very vague, very obvious it was not the proper uniform, because it had corporal stripes and a colonel's bird on the shoulder. And last time I checked, there's no such thing as a corporal colonel or a colonel corporal.
All right. General how to. Windows 10 and 11 computers. If you missed it, George, whatever app you're in, or if somebody sends you a PDF, just save the file to somewhere where you can find it. But if you don't have a PDF you want to work with, what I did was Control P to print. And then I changed it to this page only, current. And I printed this out in Microsoft's print to PDF. It's available in Windows 10 and 11. If you still have computers running prior to 10 and 11, I have many. The one PDF printer I use, and it's 98% usable, it's called Cute PDF. Go there. They're not a sponsor. I truly, honestly use that product. Anyway, print yourself a PDF or download or save a PDF, or if somebody emailed it to you or whatever. Once you find your PDF in your downloads, where I save mine, right click on it, open with Microsoft Edge. This works in 10 and 11. Computer nerd alert. You can draw on it and you can text on it. Add this to the PDF. And then you can font bigger, font colors. And then you pick a draw. And you can pick all these colors. We'll just draw in purplish. Goes out to my friend Sean. If you ever see this, Sean, this is for you. Purple. If you pick a color and then pick draw again, it turns off drawing. Pick your color, start drawing. Sign. You got to have a mouse for this. Here. First name sign, last name here. And then you can just save it and you can send it to them. But if you send them this kind of PDF and they open it in Microsoft Edge, they could take their super eraser tool and get rid of anything you put on there.
What if you reprint it as a PDF?
So, and then Control Z or undo doesn't work. So here I'll go. Let's leave without saving. Open it back up. In order to convert this to something that they can't modify. Anybody can modify anything. Ask any 13-year-old.
I know. It just
But
makes it a little bit more difficult for them to modify. How's that?
making reasonable or best efforts. Other people who think they know big syllable words say doing your due diligence. No, due diligence is really digging, researching, and investigating something. This is what's called reasonable or best efforts. You hit Control P again or press it, click it, tap it, whatever, get your printer open. Us old guys, from the invention of portable document format files from Adobe, call this flattening or locking. So we print it again.
Also merging.
Nope, merging is combining multiple PDF.
Or multiple layers. And since
Nope.
that's technically layers, you're also merging the layers. If we're talking Adobe Photoshop.
Right. Photoshop is different. When you save as a JPEG, it takes away the layers because flat images or single layer images don't have layers. But this is a portable document format document from Adobe. And when you make it so that nobody can edit any piece without Adobe Premiere or Adobe Pro or Adobe subscription that they call it these days, don't overwrite your original file in case you want to go back and edit it. Add, what I always add, in all caps so I don't mess it up, the word scanned or flat. But everybody else on earth will say, what does it mean flat? Or locked. What does it mean locked? If you write scan, they think you put it in a scanner and scanned it. So now we have the original. And we have the flat or scanned one, which you can open with anything else. And there it is signed. And even though modern versions of Firefox, thanks Alan Wood, when Firefox was a baby and I said I was going to try it out, a friend of mine said Firefox, all spelled out and set out. So it stuck. But Firefox in the modern era has stuff where you can put a highlighter on words. You can text words, add words. So anybody that sends you anything, George and everybody else who happens across this video in time, that's how you mess with PDFs on a Windows 10 or 11 computer. much more difficult 8 and previous. Don't say thank you. All right, let's get the list back up. Draw, sign, and return PDFs, flattened or locked. And if you get these in other videos when I'm swimming in the deep end, and I might have to age in content and voluntarily, if I ever get monetized, demonetize, and someday I will get talking about the North Carolina Private Protective Services Board. And I don't know what kind of goofy tools they use to create so-called fillable PDFs, but they never ding-danging work. The little boxes don't enable word or letter shrinking to fit the box. So like you type your name in the box and 3/4 of your last name is no longer on the screen. For many, many years, I went and ground open with Adobe Pro or Adobe Premiere and cleaned up and fixed North Carolina's PDFs so that they were fillable on all devices that do fillables. Well, now, flatten it out or don't. And then use your little draw tools or whatever in Edge or whatever. And I don't know because I don't use it. Does Chrome edit PDFs? I don't want to exclude you. There are many extensions and tools. So no. Lots of people seem to have it. PDF elements, but it's not as simple, it looks like, to edit PDFs like Firefox and Edge do. And Safari/Apple, not too interested in it. I do know that they call this annotating or adding comments or all kinds of other stuff. Sort of works. But as far as filling out the old 2000, I don't know. It's been a long time, 12, 13, 14, 15. I know it was in effect in 14 when the iPads came out. Adobe, Apple, 2014 PDF dispute iPad. Back in 2014, Apple and Adobe went to war over Apple not allowing fillable PDF files on their iPads. I don't know if they've grown that up. See, it's as old as 2011 on iPhones and iPod touches. But it really got hot in 14. All right, we took care of that. We covered editing PDFs on a Windows. I'm an old nerd, so 1X means anything after 1, 10 or 11. 12 coming sometime next year, maybe.
Hope not.
It was supposed to be out now.
Like I said, I hope not, because I still don't have an 11 machine.
Windows 12. So now they're saying somewhere between July and October. So let's ask for initial release date. Oh, they're telling stories. It says right there. Fall of 2024. That's why on October 8th, we supposedly got our last Windows 11 update. Roll up. Something.
They've extended that.
Yeah, I keep getting updates that break my computer since October 8th.
Now,
Microsoft's a
for
big
Windows,
company.
did they say whether or not 12 will be free for those that have 11?
I haven't looked that hard. Where we're going to wander to next. We got that done. Huh. I always spell it different. Cuh. Mu. E. E. Certain British people. And it's very different than modern Americans refuse to say their T's. They make a weird throat noise. But the British people, it's as if they're an Ewok. Co, mu, it T. And in this one, they skip an N and a T. Co, mu, E, E. One of my new favorites since maybe, I don't know, 2018. It would take some digging. I'd have to go find screenshots. But from the EFAP, I met them through this guy right here, Metal Commander Germany. He said on his Twitch stream, I was watching him play a pirate game on Twitch. And he said something about checking out the EFAPs. And since I'm a movie nut extraordinaire, Mueller, two O's, is EFAP. Let's go there. Here are EFAPs. Mueller was started by something that starts with a D, Wolf, who now runs the EFAP Highlights channel. Mauler, Mauler, and show more. Where is it? I know I'm subscribed. Oh, it must be buried because I subscribed so long ago. A little doggo dude named Rags. And that's Rags up there in the middle. That's Mauler. And this is Fringy. He's an Australian. If Australia really exists, flat earthers. Let me know in the comments if Australia is real. Mauler. Everybody on the internet calls him Long Man or the Long Man because he makes very long movie critiques, reviews, game streams. Uh-oh, EFAP went live. I'm not watching their current Arcane Season 2 stuff because I've watched nothing, including them, about Arcane Season 1. I don't know what Arcane is. So, his videos. This is a very short video for him, as you can see. 2.5. 6 hours. 6 hours. 4 hours. This is a great review, praise, critique, whatever you want to call it, and a great movie. Because of his review, I went and bought it on DVD at full price. Me and my Priscilla both love it, love it. And now and for the future, study the Gadelb. If you're going to play on the internet, you need to know Gadelb, what it means, and all the content of all the Gadelb videos. All right, so that's Mahler. Mahler says that silent N and silent last T. He says community because he's Welsh from Wales. But the one who really says it best of all, and she sounds exactly like an Ewok saying it, is this wonderful creature, the eighth wonder of the world, Sweet Anita. She has Tourette syndrome. I'm trying to watch, and sometimes she says her T's, but the one that she absolutely doesn't say her T's in is community. Let's see if we can find a saying of her saying it. Community. Don't see it. Anyway, you'll just have to go over there, whoever you are. Go find Sweet Anita. Go back. Watch all of her
I
videos.
have the best content, the best content tits, the best tits, the best tits.
Okay, we'll leave that there. I was hoping she was going to say the best community. That's not enough. 10 million more of people on Earth. Go subscribe to Sweet Anita. Am I not subscribed to Sweet Anita? Hey, George, you sent a video earlier of a guy that said all of a sudden he was getting notified by people that he'd been unsubscribed from them.
Yes, I've heard that from several YouTubers.
I
That
don't know
they've
how
had.
did I got unsubscribed from Sweet Anita.
It's a weird, I think, flaw in their servers.
I don't know.
Because I can't imagine them wanting to randomly unsubscribe people for whatever reason. I figured it wouldn't be worth their time and effort, to be honest.
Well, I don't know, and I'm going to stay out of that deep end. I'm remaining shallow. Because your video triggered my thinking and listening to the guy talking about the shadow banning and all that happened to me for years before I got perma banned off of the face space. This is the best video ever. The bananas. Find Sweet Anita bananas. Watch it.
Oh, you talking about bananas? Someone paid $6 million for a art called comedy. It was a banana duct taped to a wall. A real banana. could buy for $6, go buy a banana plantation.
And somehow somebody can get the ear of the eighth wonder of the world, Miss Sweet Anita. I have a destiny tale, or a coincidence, or could this really have happened? That wasn't written out long form, and somebody of her team, I guess, I know it wasn't her, hit me up about it where I tagged her about my little Chinese guy, my little man, and his favoriteest stuff ever. But he's a born here, shipped over there by his parents to stay with the grandparents and an uncle till he was about 5, and then shipped back here because he's a U.S. citizen. So he's not what I would call bilingual. None of those first generation Americans of Chinese descent are. They are what I call half lingual. They're half proficient in 2 languages. It's horrifying. But it was a very long tale that if I ever get my face-based backups back, I'll recover the tale. Destiny. About the community and the eighth wonder of the world. She helped me understand something he was saying, and it meant the world to him and me. So, Sweet Anita, anybody who has her ear, I need to know, are there ancient old VODs of her playing the horror video games on Twitch? It started a gazillion trillion years ago. When did Sweet Anita start streaming on Twitch? So in 2018 or 19, somewhere in there, she was streaming a pretty much click-a-thon jump scare horror game that I don't remember the name of. And every time she would pass an old-fashioned phone in this game, or the phone would ring, and in your game character, you had to answer it. She would say either who was phone or who is phone, because she has Tourette's. And it was, we're not supposed to say the T word part of a gun anymore, or the G word. T word part of a G word. God knows, this is getting ridiculous. Can't say that G word either. G asterisk D. Deity. Anyway, started losing my thought. Who is phone? Led to discovering, decoding his Chinglish or Chinglish, little kid speak, and led to great things. Thank you, Sweet Anita. I would love a VOD of you playing that game. What else? What else can we chit chat about? We got that. We got Sweet Anita, eighth wonder of the world. Who was phone? Ari, my little man. I do have a note somewhere about getting something together to do show notes like that, like on a WordPress thing or whatever. where we could all be WordPress users.
Yeah.
So, any other ideas or whatever's or screenshots or something that we did during these stream events, we could dump them up on a during the show page. That way, 2 years from now, when we were like, "Hey, remember that thing we said in the live stream a million years ago?" No. Well, let's go back and look at the dear diary of it and not have to watch the whole however many minutes or hours or weeks the stream is. Oh, community. Community. Sounds just like an Ewok. That's your mission, internet. Go watch so many Sweet Anita videos. I thought of something else. In the videos, do they have any long ones? Oh my gosh. Don't use scissors to mow. See, she hasn't done her community E for 3 years. 5 years. Videos are missing. Go back to videos. Search for community. Open Sesame. No, no. Relevant, timely content. Click on Google, pay YouTube, and sponsor their advertisers that we're not supposed to let show
Oh
on
my
screen.
god, no one.
She said the G word. She's utterly forgiven. Oh my god. Ha ha ha. Screenshot. I'm live right next door to Sweet Anita and EFAP. I'm famous. George, remember the little kids. We're all grown up now. And whoever this is. Oh, I watched them last night because of it's another Destiny tale. Somebody said something and said go check this out over rags and something else. And these people, drunken peasants, watching a very old video led to a reiteration of what we discussed yesterday, which is don't be a band bully
Yeah.
to your community. And they talked about many other topics, but it was middle of the night, so I didn't take notes. I just made a mental note and left. Where is it? Where is it? More. Let there be more. Show the transcript. Control F. COMM.
Be right back.
That I had assigned. It was my community team. So
I'm just sitting around waiting for George to come back. What was I doing over here? I was doing something.
Back.
George is back. I was trying to figure out what I was doing over here. I can't remember. But I found it, George. Ready? Got your ears on?
Yep.
She goes fast. Listen to how she says, "It was my community team."
Peaks. One of the people from the team that I had assigned. It was my community team sitting about.
Did you catch it? She says,
You haven't played it
community.
yet.
Oh, I'm way done with it. Let me know when it plays on your looking at the live stream.
Oh, on.
I thought you would have heard it through the Discord.
No.
Let me watch the levels. Let's see what's going on here. Hang on.
That
Play.
I had assigned.
It's all, man, it's pumping all the way into the red. Her.
It was my community team.
Peaks. One of the people from the team that I had assigned. It was my community team sitting about.
Did you catch it?
That
Wow,
time I did.
Yeah.
that was like 2 minutes later.
Well, there's some delay, lag, and I keep the volume muted so that I can we don't have that feedback.
Let me go look at. Oh, so you don't hear what I hear through the Discord. Is that correct?
No, that's correct. I hear you.
Living and learning. Way back up top. Where's all my Discord stuff? Discord. 11:23. Now Discord is pissing me off. Are you doing that?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Because I know how a certain YouTube we like to watch has that quack sound.
And I was about to smash this whole computer and everything. Don't do that again.
Okay.
I
Well, I
was
just
literally like,
I
and then it killed your microphone.
did.
And now it's starting to get better. Yeah. Well, the soundboard was playing.
I imagine so.
Research in Discord. Play all desktop sounds so that people in Discord can hear it in real time and without DO quacks. Test more with GH, the soundboard in Discord. First time he did it. It static crunched his voice through mic for about 20 seconds. Talk again, George.
Okay, here I am.
Yeah, it's fine now. the sound mixer, I guess you would call it.
No, it's called Open Soundboard, is what I was pressing.
Yeah, but I mean deep in the guts. Sorry. I switched instantly into deep in the guts of programs. I know things.
Yeah.
And it's called audio mixing or audio whatever you call it.
Yeah. Now there's something here that says share screen. I
Yeah,
don't know if that also does the volume.
yeah, I don't know, but we'll play with that off stream.
Okay.
But somewhere in the soundboard, which I had noticed, it had popped me up a little pop-up about soundboards before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought about stealing some of Sweet Anita sounds. Some of the stuff she says, like commute and turn left. And seeing how those work with soundboard, but if they're gonna crunch up and garble the audio because of substandard under the hood programming,
Yeah.
I guess that'll be out. I did think that the soundboard would be kind of neat. But not
I'm guessing that
sweeter, neater. All right. Bye, sweet Anita.
I'm willing.
I miss you.
I'm willing to bet the person that adds the quack sound actually has that, not what I just used, but something else that does a similar thing. Because
Yeah, he
his
probably
quackers
got it
are a
from the
lot.
same place.
I'm just saying his quackers are a bit louder.
Well, that's all gets done in video editing, or you can open up your sound recording software and increase the volume of the individual WAV or MP3 files. Something just went kooky with the power, and the battery went almost beep. But that's why you have batteries on your computer equipment.
Yep. Well, that and your electronics last longer on DC wave versus AC wave. So the USB converts AC to DC.
Well, the power supply in modern computers converts AC to DC.
Right. But if you're already sending DC to it, that's what the USB battery backups do, as well as convert it from AC to DC.
Yes, and some of the higher end models do what's called line conditioning.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to go that deep into nerd space today. I went already into nerd space.
Are you just remembering stuff from the computer repair class? Mr. Ontiveros would be proud.
Is he still around? Is he still on this earth?
I don't know. I haven't seen him in years. If he is, he's twice retired because he's retired military and retired teacher, community college instructor.
Well, it says, are you seeing that on the screen? I just took a wild guess at how you phonetically would spell the name you said. And it says showing
Ontiveros?
results for antivirus. Hey, anybody
I
who
think
needs an antivirus computer teacher, stop using computers.
Ontiveros.
Oh my
I
gosh.
think it's his has Spanish origins, Spanish Indian origins.
So it might be with an A. Never know. There's a Spanish teacher. Well, it's not coming up with anything local to us that is a computer teacher.
He's one of the great ones we got. He and his family from south of the border.
Did you mean? No, I did not mean. Thank you. Reading room.
Going on a different end, similar, how people will not follow directions when not only do you repeat yourself, but you put it on the blackboard and you repeat yourself again. And because it was all about, we were dealing with CRT tubes, TV tubes to everybody else. He says, there's a hole in the back where they're wired. Never stick anything metal or your fingers or any other part of your body in that hole. And he explained why, the fact that it's a capacitor, large glass capacitor, and if you stick anything in there, it's liable to discharge. And he says, never ever stick your finger in there. Never ever 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 stick anything metal in. And he wrote that up on the board, and he repeated himself 10 times. And he says, now that I've said that, someone is about to zap as someone behind me stuck something in the CRT tube. Going to do it anyhow. And the guy had moosed hair, and he looked like he was right out of a cartoon. His hair was standing up on end, and the mousse in his hair was smoldering. Sorry, that image I thought was quite funny, and it came back to me.
Don't apologize. That's what we're on here for. It is now recorded for posterity, and it's another Destiny tale.
Now, the person who zapped himself, I don't remember his name.
Okay, well, twice in my computer businesses and careers and whatever. No matter how hard I explained, and then if you can't get it, but a million years ago, then leave it alone. Here in Dunn, about 5 blocks from where I worked at a computer store, was Doug's TV. Long, long, long gone. Where we would tell all the technicians, if you're not 100% sure what you're doing, load the thing in the back of the company vehicle and drive it down there to Doug and he'll fix it. Computer monitors and TVs used to be the same basic thing, different resolutions. Well, twice. Once in either Claremont or Montclair, California, I don't remember. They sit next to each other, so I always confuse the two. And once right here in Dunn, Norfolk, Kakalaki. A young apprentice computer nerd repair person named David pulled open the back of a cathode ray tube computer monitor and stuck his filthy paw in there. The one here got his hair stood up real good. That's all that happened to him. The one in California flew across the room.
Just like where my dad lived in Richlands, they used to have a saying, don't go pissing near the hog pen. And it had nothing to do with messing with the pigs. There's a hot wire that runs at a certain level around the hog pens. Otherwise, pigs will just break through. So if you went pissing near the hog pen, zap! And it kept zapping you until that stream stopped.
Yes. For everybody who doesn't live where there's animals, like me, I grew up, you could not have such a thing. And they probably call them cruel and inhumane because everybody out there in California, besides they all have to own $1 million horses. They put up big, giant, super expensive fences for their horses to crash through. They don't use these cheap $99 devices with a $99 10 miles of wire that you attach to them, and they sit there and go pop, pop, pop. It's called an electric fence for horses and cows. And no matter what you do with wires around your goat's neck, they don't care. They'll get out.
Now, here's something I was watching a farming channel the other day. One of those home farms channels. They said that goats will do this more than pigs, but what they'll do is they'll send someone over to test the hot fence, and as soon as they don't get zapped is when they escape because they know the fence is down.
For
Yeah,
demonstration
it was goats.
purposes only. No recommendations, no critiques, no whatever. None of these are a sponsor except maybe the cow. Cows look cool. So you can get 3,280 feet of fence wire for $42 or $49. Apparently it costs more for the exact same thing if you're going to wrap horses in it than if you're going to wrap spotted cows. And this, for 50 miles, will put some volts at relatively low amps into your critter for touching its face on your fence. All you city slickers, beware.
Well, I just know pigs can be mean critters. Probably meaner than horses can be. I had a friend growing up, his father lost his leg, not to cancer, not to gunshot, but to a pig, because he was getting out of the hog pen from feeding them, and one of the big super sows hit him just right, knocked him down, knocked him out, and one leg was hanging up over the fence, and the pigs ate it. And by the time he could get help, they had to amputate above where what the pigs had gotten. A lot of people don't realize the whole reason they have curly tails is because of when you cut them. You cut the tail, nip the tail.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, you cut their tusks out because pigs, and I think domestic pigs, especially, and some warthogs, their tusks will keep growing. And those things are so sharp, you can be bumped into. A pig can just rub up against you and bump you with those tusks, and they'll slice you right on open.
You made me giggle. I don't know if you're caught up on the screen yet. Where you see on the screen, you said pigs are mean creatures. And the first thought that came into my head, so you really want to talk about that cop beating up that poor cerebral palsy deaf guy yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, cops. Find the mushroom.
Going by the description they were given, first it was a white female, then it was a white male. The white male that they were being sent to take care of lied and said, "Oh no, I got beat up," and he just randomly pointed over a direction, versus looking into what the suspect said any further. They just took it that he was running from someone, went over there, saw a black guy, and as he with cerebral palsy, it's difficult to do anything, especially sign. As he's trying to point to his ear, saying, "I can't hear," they slugged him, knocked him down, and slugged him.
Yep. That's still. I don't
And
know if I
then
have
when
the
the
strength, and I would have to get more coffee and think some more. I'm still thinking on it. And that goes
yeah,
to reactor reaction. And I was pretty sure. And now I'm pretty sure I was wrong. Again, maybe I didn't save the file after. Because there's a Senate note link. I thought I had saved the link to the video you sent. Or maybe, where's my stuffs? Oh, it's on the homepage. I mean,
And
let's go here.
apparently, when they went back to do further investigations, the people inside the store knew the person they attacked. A very, as they put it, a nice guy, and he comes over every day. I think it was for like a Gatorade or something. I can't remember what it was for. But he was a steady customer at that store, and that the white guy who pointed the cops in that direction was a steady troublemaker at that store. They've called the cops on him several times for attacking other customers, for loitering, for bothering customers.
And I can't find it.
The only thing I can think is,
I can go back to the email from yesterday.
okay,
Or I can go right here and type Phoenix Police Death Man. Thank you, YouTube.
well, apparently he's suing, so
So anybody who happens across this, I don't remember, ABC 15 might be they are not sponsors. I searched. I don't promote any television over another. They're all good. Click them all. Get as much information as you can get about any incident before you talk about it. Everybody on Earth. I don't think it was NBC. I don't think it was this one either because there was
yeah, that's the one.
somebody talking about it first. So let's get that link. And we're going to go down here. And we're going to put 1502. Joke about vid led to talk about vid. From search results. And I guess until we get watched together or something, and I'm not going to play it because I keep saying, until I get some money, until this stuff starts paying for itself. I'm not buying a YouTube Premium, and I don't know that YouTube Premium stops all ads. And I don't
Yes,
know
it
100% the rules. And
YouTube
because
Premium
out of
stops the YouTube ads. If what you're watching, they recorded ads with it,
they're
it
supposed to
won't stop those.
market, they're supposed to market
Uh,
ABC
I
15.
have to. I'll be right back with you. I got to mute this.
Yeah. So for the rest of you on planet Earth, because we can't slow down the time or speed it up. Because I don't want to say this again. One of the Davids was a David at Carl Moore Lands K Club Wholesale Computers in CA. The other David was at Jerry and Kathy with a K. Grega's, might be two G's. computer systems services in done and see.
Back.
Very good. I was feeling it a little bit.
I'll let you know what
Of
it's about after
who the
we're
Davids
done.
who the Davids were. Oh, it's in an offline thing.
Yep.
Should we put an away screen up? No, I'm just kidding, because I don't have one. Oh, yesterday. Yesterday don't matter if it's gone.
It still matters. It just might not be prevalent to what's going on today.
No, it's lyrics from a Rolling Stone song.
Oh, okay. Like people used to tell me, that's just useless information. No, there's no such thing as useless information. There's just information that's not appropriate at the time, but it's never useless.
Oh,
'Cause that's how my father-in-law wins free Jersey Mike subs on the radio.
yesterday, a differentiation, a distinction. React or reaction as a concept, including these polices. Everything anybody does is either an action or a reaction, and that's in the thing. George and I and a lot of friends of ours are deeply steeped in law enforcement and security, private security and public security or law enforcement businesses. Like I said
So
the
I
other
know.
day during a comment, if you let your biases go back to the training manual of PPSB, let me tell the people on the internet, and this is kind of a deep, complicated subject, but it doesn't have to be. If anybody would turn on a few of their brain cells, we'd be in business.
Yep.
The North Carolina Private Protective Services Board, under General Assembly Statute number 74C, regulates on behalf of the North Carolina Department of Public Safety anybody who does anything in security, private investigations, polygraph examinations, service dogs.
Counterintelligence, or that's what they call it, which is looking for being paid to look for listening devices and other forms of.
Yeah, private investigations. There's a whole bunch of stuff. If you
Yep.
wonder, and in 2022, they convinced the legislator to add in digital forensics, which means people who hacks and unlock hard drives or look inside of hard drives on a private basis for evidence of the crime. What I come here for? Okay, they redid their whole website 8/01 August for you military folks and Europeans of this year. You have to now, instead of clicking on trainer stuff on the right, you have to click on trainer certification. And then you scroll down. Sometime in your free time, world, go watch this ridiculous with a rolled R and meaning another R word we can't say anymore training video. Don't learn anything from it. It teaches you wrong. Have a good laugh. dislike the video on the tube, get it ratioed, and write a comment under it that the government should not publish false information. I'm sure they've taken down my comment under it. Here we have what they call wrongfully an instructor manual. You could have fixed this for years. TPSB, I told you eventually I would be putting this stuff on the internet, but you don't know how to use your words. This instructor manual is exactly the same as this student manual, except it has in its pieces and pages silly little instructions like show the slide, because that's all it takes to be a trainer in PPSB. You dude who's always saying stuff to us. I won't say your name. That would be embarrassing on the internet. You have been told and written. And director, I won't say your name, like nobody could find it at the website I just took them to. You have been written, told many, many times. You don't want me to put your mistakes on the internet? Get them off the internet. I try to color inside the blue lines. I'm telling you, these things can get real complicated in a hurry. Anyway, the instructor manual says show the slide now because that's all they expect out of you as a security guard trainer. It's a matter of how it's verbed or written in the law. But government employees don't care what their job is or what the law says, especially because everybody I just mentioned is a former law enforcement officer and they are the law. Which goes back to, remember, we're talking about a cop video of they are the law beating up somebody to somebody without certain training experience and supervisors. Thinks, oh, that's horrible. This must be a rogue cop. So leave the wrongfully titled one thing. But if you do want to teach yourself, because that's what instructors have to do, trainers, stand up in front of people and press the space bar button when the slideshow says, and then read from the slideshows. And when 16 hours and 1 minute has passed by, hand them a certificate. Go to the student manual. It's available online for free. A and B are stupid. They're specifically North Carolina, even though all of the references them are from old New Jersey and other state police manuals. Many, many times for decades, I have been trying to convince them, stop it. Don't tell me 150 times in my training that you're not a cop, and then hand me a book that says 1972 Police Procedures, New Jersey. This is the important one. In every way, I've mentioned it already on what few little live things I've done. The importance of this in general is here it is right here for free. Free for the whole world U.S. Secret Service, U.S. DOJ, every cop in Texas see Uvalde. Read the reports. Trump attempt and Uvalde. This all ties back together. It's a long class that we should be making, me and George, tens and tens of thousands of dollars to try to teach to the donut storage facilities known as cops, and worse, people who hold themselves out as police instructors. Go read those reports and find out I ain't saying nothing, especially Uvalde. They didn't even have an idea that they should have an emergency response the objectives are incomplete. I told you. Dear world, dear Private Protective Services Board, it is 2024. This has nothing to do with private security. This is what has to do with all security. Sure, this is what we do when we hold ourselves out as cops, firefighters, or private security guards. That's what they expect of us. For us to remain calm, cool, and collected and handle it. Liability is a thing. Severely a thing. Go back and see the Securitas settlement for the Champlain condominiums that collapsed in Florida, and how nobody had taught that poor security officer that there's a panic button and the people are trained and rehearsed in how to use it and respond to it. I'm looking for something. It does have some, in all of this, letters vomited upon pages. It has some words. Here we go. Listen, Texas. Governor Abbott, somebody send him a link. Declare an emergency in your state and order all law enforcement and everybody involved in your Department of Justice, including that not so likable Attorney General of yours, to pay me to try to hammer this into those not very smart people's noggins. Uvalde report. USDOJ. The critical incident review that came out afterwards on May 4th of 2022, and I have read all the pages. Some of them many times. It's free right here on the intertubes. If you're riding a government clock as a uniform wearing first responder of any kind, get out. Because you should be trying to make a career out of this stuff. And yes, this will all wrap back around. But since I can't get paid to say it, and I say it too much, I'm just going to say it right here. Say somebody, Texas, Governor Abbott. I got me a PayPal link at the top of my page. Click it. Give me some money. Because it says in here that not only did these foolishnesses, all 400 of those cops that stood around and watched babies die, not only did they not have any preparation, they didn't have any plans. But wait, it's worse. According to the United States Department of Justice, no one at all in the municipal or government employ in the city of Uvalde and whatever county they reside in and get paid by the taxpayers had any, I'm quoting, I have this memorized, idea that there should be a plan. Let that sink in. Click the link. All of this information is free on the internet. As much as you just heard me nagging and ragging all over the North Carolina Private Protective Services Board, guess what they have for free? All of the training for their basic security officers, the best the entire state, through the North Carolina Department of Justice and the North Carolina Department of Public Safety since 2014. First 40 years was DOJ. Last 10 have been DPS. In 2020, they published everything they've got. 50 years of private security training, including the horrible video. We got it. Let them see it. For free. 400 paid police officers making on average $75,000 in each. Someone else do the math. Stood around with their thumbs in their orifices because they had no idea. Look, Texas, you have a much better commission and licensing and registration program for your private security. Put the book on the online and make your daggone cops read it. It's important to prepare or have a plan, including have an idea of a plan. Sorry if I'm boring you, George.
You're not.
It makes good sense, which is why they are repulsed by it. See all the cliches and sayings and giggly ha-has we make about common sense or good sense, or like I put on yesterday's video, me and George were talking horse sense. That's what some old people like me call good sense. You better do your thinking and planning before a thing happens. You're not going to magically learn how to respond. Remember, we're getting to react. Responding to anything is either acting or reacting to anything. Get yourself a plan. Get it in writing. See the 2 days ago, or maybe it was yesterday, I don't remember, where I said, you know what? I got my cart in front of my dead horse and I'm over here kicking my dead horse. We got to AED this horse and get it back up on its feet, because that's how us peoples do. And then it says, these plans spell out in writing. Thanks, New Jersey 1972 and 50 years, 52 now, of editing by government workers. Good enough for government work. What plans? It says B, emergency plans. Follow an existing plan. They haven't defined protocol or used it before in here, so let's just cut that one out. These plans spell out in writing. Oh, well, see the people in Texas, and go ahead and read the 45, 47. Someday we'll be able to say his name again. He is the former and future POTUS, you know. You guys got to lighten up and stop being so activated. These plans spell out in writing what actions are to be taken. And then they go off and they start spraying words on pages again. Oh, it sounds good. Fills the time. How long does it take to read this? Because we got to fill 3 hours. This is why my classes are very different than everyone else's. Have a plan when? Before anything occurs. What are you going to do if the sole falls off your shoe? Could happen. You would probably call it an emergency. The rest of us would just laugh. Say, we're not laughing at you, we're laughing with you. What are you going to do if you walk out of the restaurant in a public or publicly accessible place and you got a big half a roll of toilet paper hanging out the back of your pants? Are you going to
Justin,
just
pull it out.
faint and laugh? What are you going to do if you're the radio responding officer, security, or police who gets called over the radio and told there's an active shooter in the school? I can take this real funny, and real serious real quick. Why? Because these things happen because no law enforcement officer and none of the civil or non-sworn administrative and clerical staffs involved in that whole incident knew or had any idea that you should have a plan. What these plans do, bold, is supposed to spell out in writing what exactly actions are to be taken. And they jump to who to notify. Don't notify anybody. What to do.
Oh.
Whatever. But here it goes. To be or not to be. This is the question. What checklist? Now go, anybody still interested, not calling me dumbass and all these other things that everybody else, like the cops and the security PPSBs, call me an a-hole. What plan and what checklist? Make yourself a plan. If you're a computer nerd who's very old, you call it a dot plan. Don't steal it from me. If you don't know what that is, leave it alone. Don't you steal my jargons.
Well, I'm going to interject something here. Some of what's in, actually quite a bit what's in this section of the PPSB was covered when I was in high school in our health class about planning for emergencies. Occasionally run yourself through an emergency drill. Case of fire. Case of someone being hurt. You know, part of our first aid class in health and PE would, if anybody paid attention, would probably save, I'd say, good extra 15 to 25% of people in an emergency We had what to do in case of a hurricane, what to do in case of a tornado, what to do in case of, live wire going down. And all this was a part of our health class. Jump forward about 10 years. I was taking my EMT class for EMT, for those, sorry for speaking guard, emergency medical technician. It was repeated all over again, but at a professional level. Jump forward again, taking my associate's degree in criminal justice. Again, they repeated all that exact same things. Jump forward a year or so, got my bachelor's degree in criminal justice in a similar class, went through it all over again. So this stuff is important.
And it's what gets missed every time. So
Yep.
the very next statement at to be or not to be under plan, and you will have a written plan. Okay, cops, security guards, everybody who goes through everything every day. You get away with whatever you get away with till you don't. Make yourself a plan.
We'll put this
If it doesn't, if someone else didn't make you one, and if someone else makes you one, don't say, well, I got handed it and signed the receipt. Read the daggone thing. Maybe it's a trick. If you got it from me, there's something in there that's purposefully in there to see if you actually read it.
Starting list for next payday.
And it says to be or not to be. Follow the written checklist. What if you don't have one? Make it yourself. Stand around and tell yourself the stupid lies you've heard all your life from the stupid people. Let's go back to yesterday, how this all comes together. My whammons. I've called it a multi-generational lie. With our G word people. In the training or teaching or instruction of thousands of G word people, I promise you, I've had more than 90% of people who came because they just want their paper from my class. But they don't need a class because their grandpappy or their daddy taught them what they need to know. Now go back and read both the Uvalde and the 45-47 assassination attempt report. That's called incompetence, complacency, and an over-reliance on someone else to take care of it.
Not to mention, pay attention, even if you had taken the class before, even if your grandpappy taught you. The reason I say that is you will always pick up something else that grandpappy didn't cover because he didn't do that in his day. Or he just didn't remember to tell you. The number of times I've sat in on Dean's class, I always learn, apparently, I don't know why, but I always learn something new, whether it's from Dean or one of the other students.
Where we learn it, we hear of a thing and turn it into a teachable moment. What do we learn from this? Wander through your life asking yourself, what can I learn from this? Like if you're walking along, looking in your phone, and you step on a dog turd on the sidewalk, and now you have stinky dog turd all over your shoe. Should you lobby your local government to make dogs illegal in your city? Or maybe you should look where you're going. Take a little responsibility for yourself. Write your own plan. Don't trust your boss. Your boss don't care. You out there in the world. All right, so now we got to get back to yesterday's discussions. Mumford, I can't find his quote directly quoted. The mature deception, what I call the multi-generational lie. My whammons, my PBS, and her learned gentlemen are far more politer, more educated, nicer people than me. It takes all of us types and teamwork to make this stream work. So I wrote it in here. I just saw it a second ago and copy pasted it, but the mature deception. Reaction content. How do you act or react in your online streams? This is a thing. How do you act or react if you're the guy in the uniform or gal? Guy is a non-gender specific term. It's like
Way
dude.
back.
So that was why conceptually I wanted to talk yesterday at length about reacting. That is always what we do. Pretty much in everything in life. But specifically because we're talking about wearing uniforms and emblems and responding to or preventing emergencies. Act and react, which is why it gets written in the thing, bouncing around, doing other stuff, where George sent a video about cops hurting a guy. Non-cops, non-supervisor trainers, those without that certain experience and training that's mentioned in a opinion. I don't remember if it's concurring or against. Long ago, the Supreme Court said that we don't look at these things with the perfect vision of hindsight, and I know I'm quoting it wrong. We look at these things through the eyes of a reasonable officer based on their training and experience at the time or in the heat of the moment or incident. Our court system, which is another whole long, we could probably podcast, discuss, go until midnight, discussing a certain presidential immunity ruling. And I really do want to get up here and have that PDF on the screen and mark it up like I did the CCH Red Book. And some of it is, it's beyond silly. It's just crazy absurdity. But you gotta lay out, I know, Mayula, Mala. I don't do good at writing myself scripts. I write outlines. And then I go with it. I have a lot of junk rattling around my head. And something always interrupts. So the Supreme Court said, no far away looking, no classroom and academic opinions. An average or reasonable officer at the time of the incident, not based on mine or yours or anybody else's experience in training and supervision, that officers, reasonable and average, based on their training and experience. How were they taught to act or react? What has been their experience based on, I promise you, their very limited teaching? Because when you get back to even what they provide as cut downs from Police Emergency Response New Jersey 1972, they talk about bomb threats at length, workplace violence at length, terrorism at length. This gets this much, and it's never mentioned again. And follow the checklist. if you don't have one provided for you by someone else, the dog ate your boss's homework. Write it for your boss because you are writing it for yourself. What happens after you learned on all these previous pages at length the difference between categories and types, and is there a semantic difference that we can trick people with on a test? Can you name it your emergency? Wouldn't you want, if you're standing out there in the world with a team of security or cops, and you're the one who goes down, them to have not read this garbage? For them to have learned something for real? Or worse, heard the banging of a space bar while some goon up in the front of the classroom got through that just as fast as they could and then told you the answers to the test? How do you act or react? That's all covered in yet another module. The only important thing about this whole section, emergency response, is what's missing from this picture. B. Not B at all. Never mind to be, your checklist. When you enter in upon this emergency plan, the first thing, if you are a first responder work of any kind, should be, where is my written plan that shows that anybody had any sense at all to do any thinking? When you go back and read the 45/47 assassination attempt document, it says they are incapable of thinking. It says they are incapable of critical thinking and problem solving. Not that they don't want to, they have no capacity for it. Mr. Trump, Donald J., please. They are incapable of protecting you, and you are now our POTUS-elect again. Please, somebody with his ear, get to him. Because why? I guess because Trump and co. didn't read the own report written about his own security. You know what they did? Got rid of all the women. The misogyny, the patriarchy. We fixed it. It's those evil DEI women's. Couldn't be us men. Outnumbered those women 40-1. Could not be any of us that, according to the independent report signed and sealed and published by the United States Congress and the United States Secret Service, Department of Homeland Security, that they are incapable of problem solving. Incapable. But we're going to worry about, who do you notify? Who are you going to call? Ghostbusters. What do you do during an emergency? Keep notes. How about deal with the emergency? First, you deal with the emergency. First responder. You're not a journalist. Yes, you must do this. Very old school. What to do following. See, this is what we teach our police and our security. What to do during. Make sure the video's on so it can get uploaded later and we can all laugh at whoever got emergency. Or just shared with the boss. Because, that's on the job stuff. We have a confidentiality. And keep some notes. Follow the checklist. There's no checklist. So then we move on to what to do following. Preserve the scene. Preserve some videotape. There's no such thing. It doesn't exist anymore. Stop saying it. And then we jump back at number 4 to what we were at letter B, which is what's supposed to be in a plan. And now they talk about notifying again. Didn't they just ask that right up here? Who are you going to call? Who to notify? It's number 1 and it's number 4A. Yeah, I know we got to repeat things over and over. How could you know? And here's me being a word something again. If you don't know how to use words or your words to say what you mean and mean what you say, get yourself declared disabled, get your government welfare checks, and stay at home. Don't ever go out in public. Somebody in our many education systems solved a problem that our kids know a lot of words, but they don't know what any of them mean. And every time the kids start to learn what a word means, we change it and use it as a label for something else. See, the good old complaint all through my growing up in formative years, all of my elders were furious because they lost the word gay that meant happy. Now it means homosexual. And all through the 70s, 80s, and 90s, all the old people, when they would say, well, I'm rather something today, all their grandchildren would snicker at them. Grandpa's G word. Another G word.
Can I interpose a story here that I found amusing?
Yes, because will you tell a tale and fill the gap for me? Thank you, sir. I'm going to go get some
Well,
more beverage and get rid of some beverage. I'll be right back.
I had a friend who was talking to his grandmother about somebody, and he called the person gay. And she went, "Oh, he's happy? No, he is a faggot. He's a bunch of sticks or a cigarette?" And that's the reason we used to laugh and occasionally call somebody a happy little cigarette or a happy bunch of cigarettes or happy bunch of sticks. Oh, he also added the word queer. And she went, strange? So it's happy, strange cigarette, little cigarette. So I always thought that his grandmother, to give the listeners an idea, the person I'm talking about that tried to explain this to his grandmother is now approaching 50 if he's not already in his 50s. His grandmother, and this was back in the 70s, was in her 60s or 70s at that point and had never heard the terms or slang. They're actually slang terms that some people find offensive nowadays. But the slang terms were kind of meant as a descriptor / insult. But now they wear them as a badge of honor. Anywho, hopefully he gets back real quick. I just always thought that was amusing how language changes.
Yes. And
For
there are
instance, like
so many examples lately, I keep stumbling myself. How many G words can we not say because it's blah, blah, blah? It is absolutely, this is the wrong term. I apologize, my Hebrew Jew or whatever you call yourself friends. I had a bar mitzvah, true story. The same weekend I got confirmed Catholic. I don't mean
That's
to
what.
offend, but I don't know other words to say it better. It is a very serious superstition. And I don't know, is this general or is it all? Is it none? I have studied and been to many, many, many Sunday schools at the synagogue. I know it's a rule. I have my ideas of why it is. You must never say nor write. Sorry,
Say
Jews,
all right. What?
if God,
Oh, but
they
when
they in typewriter days they would use G-D.
okay, because I always thought, this is the way I was taught. Okay, that when taking, as it quotes in the Bible, the Lord's name in vain, or as is not the word God, but his actual name, which is listed in the Torah as well as the Old Testament.
Oh, and my she hasn't authorized me to say her name on the internet schwebs yet. So my lovely woman would be the one that I would go to ask, not even the Google bar. How many names in Hebrew and Aramaic does he have and what are their meanings? Because she'll tell you right now. But the stream should be caught up for you, George, where Google answered me.
Yeah.
See, we will always learn something, and I remember where we left off, but no, you're not supposed to write it out.
Okay. Well, I've never been to I've been to multiple Sunday schools of the Christian faith, but none of the Jewish faith or Muslim faith. Though I do have a English translation of the Quran. And I used to, or my dad did, had a English translation, reasonable, of the Old Testament or Torah in both Hebrew, Greek, Latin, and English. The reason he had it is to let our listeners, my father was a minister. And in college, they had to have they had to be able to learn to at least read Latin, Greek, and Hebrew. And as my dad put it, he barely made a passing grade in Hebrew. Can't speak it, but he could read most of it. Especially if they use what we know of the Arabic or Romanized letters. Letters. Alphabet. The Roman alphabet. Such as George spells George.
Okay. No.
No what?
Knowing a thing.
Oh,
Using our words. Knowing a thing is a whole heck of a lot different than having had or had not had some information about a thing. Knowing that this book is now free on the internet, and all you got to do is open it up and read through it and make your own critiques of it. I do mine. You saw if you didn't see what I did to the North Carolina Red Book, just the legal section, go find the video, watch it all the way through. Let me get my watchtowers. Like, subscribe, bell thingy.
it would be nice
knowing a thing is a lot different than having some information. You can get a book free on the internet until you set your eyes upon it and let them sink into your head, not as how do you read with retention or with picturing in your mind, or do you understand, or are you sitting here putting a big exclamation point like no, period. Moving on. His/her, period. Stroke if you're in England. Period. Area. Stop. Exclamation point. If you
And if
read
you
that
can
way,
practice.
right, if you read that way, then don't hold yourself out as law enforcement, EMT, EMS, emergency medical, anything, first responder of any kind. Certainly don't get on the phone with dispatcher as a dispatcher. You're the first person that people in emergencies themselves, having had no training, are going to get to talk to. But we're back on it is all wraps around and points back to. So, no, never mind
Well,
all this. Here's your AOR. Here's your area of responsibility. Your
part
primary, your number one when you're in these certain roles. And some of you just feel called to it. You may find yourself without. You saw an emergency, a disaster. Someone fell down and went boom, and you go over to offer them help. You took on the responsibility. But what are you responsible for most of all? You know that you're not endangering yourself. You are responsible to you and whoever's foolish enough to care for you and love you and wish you to go home unhurt. The rest of this is academic. The rest of
I
this is
wish
bloviation.
I wish part of BLET, basic law enforcement training, sorry, used an acronym, it covered at least first responders level of first aid and emergency. It's
It doesn't.
sad.
It requires them to take an external
Right.
NGO, non-government organization like the Red Cross or the American Heart Association course. They won't
CPR
bother
course.
themselves to teach that.
But it's sad when an old school Boy Scout or someone who belongs to a Boy Scout troop that's more old school than new school knows more about responding to emergencies than our emergency responders.
Yep. So know yourself. Now go back. I'm not even going to look it up and provide a link. Everybody can find it themselves. If you get engaged with what no means and how we misuse it, just because some jerk handed you a certificate because you snored through those hours and there's an hour requirement, not a standards requirement. That's another one. At any time, and you've been told and offered free to take classes with me for free. This unnamed guy right here on the screen.
There's no name on the screen.
Give it a second. The screen capture is eating some of the frames.
Ah,
Is it up there big and highlighted blue now?
no, not yet.
All right. Let me know when it's
Now it is.
live. Okay. I mean, unnamed guy. Been told many times, come take a class with me. Give me the Microsoft Word version. See the rant on the red and the gold 1 book. Stay on target. To who I consider a friend of mine, but friends call each other out on their BS. What do you know? That I get paid. Doesn't affect my income. Oh, but that guy, the unnamed guy, has said to me at least, let me ballpark it at 40 in these trainer recertification things and listening to him tell it to others. We train to the hours, not the standard. That's how the government thinks of us. And if that's how you think in this world, besides the fact, I can point you right now to a guy that'll sign your certificates if you'll let him kiss your wee-wee. Dudes, you know who you are out there in the world. You might quit. I told you. Since 2012, I told you. I will put this out there on the internet. And then we wonder what's wrong with our country. All right. Know your responsibility. When you get back to your planning, your emergency plans, after you've solved the bomb threat and cut the blue, red, or green wire, have a plan. You know what your first area of responsibility is? And the first thing that should be written on our checklist? Here, let's see. Let's see what this let me do it. Color. Ooh, look at this one. Firefox lets you choose your color from all of the available 65, 536 color palette. Okay. Red. Checklist. Item. Put all your warning alerts and upside down exclamation points in front and behind. True story. In any event, no matter what else is going on, what I find myself having to teach people the most in the least stressful and the worst the most, because then you got to go over there and put them in the recovery position when they passed out, blacked out, or whited out. You got to be breathing. Make yourself a big checklist in writing that you can look at in your phone. Get it written across the t-shirt of a fine young whatever you're attracted to on the bulgy part of clothing, of whatever you're attracted to, so your eyes will fall on it. Breathe. You must. That is your action plan. Emergency plan is just an action plan. The other day, at the end of uploading my horse videos, and all of this emergency plans goes back to the last required is deportment. Define deportment. Train for 1 hour. Blah, blah, blah. All the way in 2002, we have some updates. So we define deportment. See? It's all out here free, and I can even tie them back together. This module ties back to several others, including the emergency thing. The way you behave or act, or react. The manner in which you conduct yourself. And then they go on and tell you to clean your clothes. Because apparently police and security have a problem with cleaning their bodies, their butts, and their clothes. They have to be told many, many times. In the deportment section, they have to be told 28 times using the word uniform There's other versions about your attitude, your clothing, your general appearance. See, we get lost. The reason all of this is in here, the reason they tell you to clean your clothes and put them on with the zipper in the front. Don't tie your shoes together. It doesn't really say that. It should. 28 times in a 1 hour class, I got to talk to somebody about clean clothes. Clean, clean clothes again, please. Please. And here I feel sympathy for the poor state of North Carolina. It's one of the oldest states that declared itself a state instead of a colony. We have the old North State has the oldest state constitution.
Yep.
And yet we must spend all of our time telling the people, brush your teeth, comb your hair, and occasionally bathe. Oh yeah. And put on some clean clothes. Instead of talking about the way you behave or act. Act. Here we go. Me trimming away all the other fluff, talking to people like they're adults. Every day when you go out in the world, raise your arm, sniff the pit. If you think you smell okay, walk up to a perfect stranger, raise your arm, and ask them politely, would they please verify your cleanliness by smelling your pit? You might get slapped, but that's all right. Get yourself a friend, a coworker, somebody you can trust to say, hey, you're used to your own odors. The way you behave or act. It's all up here. It's all up here for free, Texas. But apparently you need people to read things to you. All of you 400 officers who stood around while kids bled out. And that poor teacher woman bled out internally. Well, you dragged her husband cop out of the building. Because imagine, he was gung-ho, ready to kick them doors in. Let's get back to it. Act. Have a plan of action, right? Make sure it's written and have a checklist. So we go back to yesterday's notes and we talk about, we've covered the mature deception, the generational lie. Well, I bought the book. I know what's in it. No, you don't. Reaction content on the internet as a thing or concept without going into details or specific tales or stories. We discussed it. I'm not one of these young guys like that guy I really like, Rags, or the other guy, Destiny. When those guys take a break, number one, they have high-speed, low-drag Bluetooths or Wi-Fi headphones, so they can still hear what's happening on their stream or podcast. Well, they're making their tinklers tink. Or the other guy, he comes back, pulls his own live feed up, clicks backwards on it, puts it on 2x play speed, and catches himself up. They're young, they're talented, they're way higher IQ than me. I'll just have to review it later. Thanks for telling the story though, George. So we got to reaction content, thinger internet, where I discussed yesterday. Stop being a bully boy. Write yourself your instructions for how you're going to cope with and deal with moderation and moderators. If you're going to delegate it and never look back. The first time you get a direct complaint, it's you, OCD, control freak, nutso, who is spreading yourself too thin and treating your own people that you asked to help you wrong. Get it all written, planned, documented. I think this is yesterday's. Write yourself a standard operating procedure manual. We just discussed it. An emergency plan. If going to work or school or getting up out of your bed and stepping over to your $7,000 gamer chair requires you to have written instructions, then you better daggone write them. Get it done. And how this all ties back. All of it going all around. You have to know these things, not have this. I've been at it for a while, and I intend to go for a good bit more. I'm in the deep end. I've took my scuba gear with me. Get the concept under control. Take yourself a little break. Breathe. Go back to your my only written plan. Am I breathing? Because
Well,
whether you're reacting to somebody typing, you're a effing moron in your own chat on the internet. Well, what did you think people were going to type to you on the internet? I love you. You're so handsome. Marry me. What? You're the smartest
and
scrimmer ever.
rule number one is the EMT is the patient breathing.
Are you breathing? I've seen many, especially because, and I never knew this was a thing. See, I grew up in the urban jungle or the concrete jungle of Los Angeles County, California, which is why I never knew that there was such a thing as an electric fence that'll knock you and your horse on your butt. How do you act and react? If you get so bum-herded and the vapors and angry and red cheeky over somebody calling you something or saying something that offends your high IQ in your little chat box on the internet, and you don't want to say on your stream or have your moderators type, "Thank you, sir. May I have another?" Or "Sticksy Stonesies, break my bonesies," that kind of thing. Whatever.
Sir,
Yeah.
you used a word I don't think you know the real meaning behind the word.
What?
Vapors.
I don't know exactly what it means. I know it. A very well-educated, super lady, great people.
Would you like to know what it really means?
When a whole bunch of extremely rich people were saying, like a lot of our left of centers are saying, it's the end of the world, the sky fell,
Yeah.
everything else going on right now. She told them all, when you're through having the vapors, maybe we can discuss this.
Just to let you know, the vapors is gas. It's
Well,
someone
whatever.
farting.
I think she meant it as they were.
Gassy. Spouting methane.
Yeah, could be. But to rich white Maine people of ancient old money and educations and circles, whatever you call them back then, status and standing, having been to several finishing schools, I think she meant
Newcomers.
like they weren't breathing.
Well,
or they were hyperventilating such
that
that
that comes because someone gets excited because they just pass gas, so they hyperventilate because they're embarrassed,
oh,
a la the vapors.
okay, cool.
There's a lot of colloquialisms that colloquialisms
You
that
said
we
it right.
use. No one remembers the meanings, and it's very fascinating to go back and find out what the real meanings are or where they come from, such as never go off half cock, which means don't get too excited till you lose your cool, is what it's supposed to mean. What it refers to is in the days of black powder firearms, when the hammer, or excuse the expression, cock is what it was called, is all the way forward. When you bring it halfway back so that you can load it, put your in the days of matchlocks, put powder in the pan, flintlocks, put powder in the pan, percussion, put the cap on the nipple. That's half cock because it's like a safety. You can't squeeze the trigger and the hammer won't go forward and actually shoot off the musket, the rifle, the firearm until you bring it back to full cock.
And
And the
as if an
reason,
apple fell out of a tree and bumped somebody on their noggin, and then they wrote physics about it. How does the
there's
powder go into the breech or the chamber, whatever they call it, where the powder lives? By gravity. So if you leave the little gravity door open at half cock,
falls out.
you could very well have no powder when it's go time. When it's time to rev the engine, you could be out of gas.
Yeah.
Yep. Don't run off half cocked.
And the term there is also an older colloquialism. The reason they called it a cock is because the original ones kind of resembled a silhouette of a rooster's head.
Okay. In the
Moving on.
immediate, we've covered the giant concept of how you act or react to people being your deportment or how you conduct yourself, including, do you run around the earth half cocked, thinking that you know exactly how you're going to respond to every possible situation? Probably. And you think that, and you think you know that until a situation arises. And then we get back to all of those things were already on a do list, and then George sent over yet another. Every day they'll make more. Go back, I've told everybody on my stuff before, I'll say it again. Go look at all those audit the audit videos. He edits all the stuff that, if you might get YouTube might put you in trouble just for watching the video. All that's edited out. It has discussions. He has big disclaimers how he's not offering advice, including legal advice. Free internet. So here we go. Number 15 investigates. Cops went someplace and got told by the bad guy who actually did bad guy stuff at the place. Wasn't me. It was the black guy. So what do your average reasonable police do say? Of course it is. I'm not inventing a thing. 10 years, a full good decade before, poor Mr. George Floyd finally got it sprayed on the wall in capital letters or lit up in neon signs. We've been saying that the policing system in America is broken, and there's such a thing as systemic racism, not just in police, in every level of our government. How do I know? I remember watching the videos. It's the one time I really thought, and I posted on my now gone social media, that former President Barack Obama was quite the presidential when he got together with all the police chiefs in Virginia for a long, open, kind of like a podcast, but in person, in a big crowded room full of people that really were demanding more from their police chiefs and their president, both about policing, racism, and the opioid crisis. Everything, we're all dying. It was way back in 2011. This isn't new, saying that if you go back and read the communication section of the Freed book, communications, they tell you again in your field note taking and report writing, they tell you again in your patrol procedures, and they tell you again in your deportment. In all those modules, they tell you you can't be prejudiced. You must give up your biases. Don't have racing thoughts. Just because 5 white people stand around telling you that it, of course, was the tan guy. It doesn't tell you anything about the tan guy. It tells you everything about this guy. He didn't get communications. Find the letter. That's from the Three Stooges. I utter it often. After testing, I'll get actual Curly saying it and put it in the soundboard. Find the letter. Here we go again. Use your words. Listen, state of North Carolina. Yoda said, only do. Cross out try and write do in big letters. Do not. Take away the word to, it's unnecessary. Let your prejudices influence you. If you can't leave that stuff at home before you ever get out into the world, no matter what it is you're doing, doesn't matter that they have it in a book free on the internet. Did it work for this poor guy who got himself badly hurt by this guy who's full of prejudice and bias? And probably Monster Energy drinks and late at night anxiety pills. The only thing I find redeeming about this guy is his belly doesn't stick out 3 times as far as his chest, like your average police officer in America. Do not let your personal prejudices influence you, especially if your prejudices or biases include calling yourself an apex predator or an A-type personality or the good guys. And you call everybody else on planet Earth citizen. Just get out of the cop car, get out of the cop uniform, go learn to serve people. Go turn some burgers somewhere. Then come back if later you feel like you got your head on straight. It's a long, big story, because what does his plan involve? Whatever the white guys say is the truth. Including the white bad guy sent this idiot. Sorry, officer, whatever you are. I'm getting to it. Wait, I'm on your side. Back to blue. Idiot. Because that's what the Supreme Court said. Average. So here we go. Please don't add me, tube. Things are messed up. The little preview bar is showing preview bars. The preview bar is showing the scene on the street, but when I click it on the timeline,
You have to press play.
I got it. It got synced back up. Standard YouTube and standard police body cameras transmit at 24 frames per second. You can get in and find all the details. I am not. I am pressing a lot of frames. I'm not counting them. Someone else do it and count it. All right, here we are. Donut storage facility. I mean it with love, blue guy. I teach police as well. I try to. But what can you teach to somebody who is the law? Law don't go around here, law dog. How you act, how you react, how you conduct yourself. Do you wear your biases and your prejudices, including your over-aggressive, I'm in control here, everybody's a bad guy but me, the thin blue line? What does it cost you? Shame on the internet. And if that's your major concern, again, get out of my police cars. I'm a taxpayer. I'm your boss. Quit before you're fired. Or let's talk some common sense. Remember, it says so in the book. Quit before they do what's called the departmental dump and say you were bad all along. They really tried to fix you, but you're just broken. You were a bad cop. And now they've removed your qualified immunity or qualified limited immunity. And they're going to perfectly well allow whoever you hurt, because you're too dumb to think, should I think before I do this? Do I really feel good about hurting people? Because if you do, then we need to put you in jail before you hurt somebody. You are the bad guy. That uniform is meaningless. Go back to that free manual. Free. Don't let your prejudices influence you. Now go back and study deportment. How do you behave or act? Then go back to emergency response and ask the question of yourself. Did I think and plan before? Leave out all this catastrophe garbage. Before whatever. Because if you didn't think and plan, you might be going to work in your BVDs. Sorry, jockey. They're not a sponsor. Neither one. Don't become complacent. Are you that guy who's hoping one day to be the Secret Service? Dark sunglasses, a wire in your ear, and your protectee got shot. But we're going to blame the women folk. And then the entire United States government and independent people are going to say they're incapable of problem solving. Reacting, acting. How do you conduct yourself? Is it professional? Here we go. Having been given misinformation. In the bigger, badder scene of things, this is called swatting on the internet. where somebody tells a cop something about somebody, hoping the cops will go beat them up, rough them up, or kill them. How serious could it be? Because we all know, all the bad guys on planet Earth, America, know this is our average. There's nothing above or below. Call a cop when you want somebody hurt. Point them in that direction.
His arms.
I'm using the cop's 2 mirrors and his spotlight as a mirror to see right here at this frame, at least one of his cheeks is still parked in the seat. Are you looking at the live stream, George? George, are you home?
Yeah, I had to mute it because the
Oh.
alarm was going off.
Okay. Are you looking at the live stream?
Yes,
How many viewers does it say we have?
two.
Okay. Whoever is out there watching besides George, hearts to you. Thanks for playing along. Type in the chat. Holla. We'll put you in the Discord. You can have your little icon up there with me and George. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 1, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. Took him 2 seconds to get almost stood upright. Look over here at his shadow. He's still bent forward, having unasked the chair. 2 seconds. We can watch the little seconds timer right there. I don't know if he's issued verbal challenge yet, but notice the poor innocent guy who is deaf, can't hear the dude, looked over at him. Why? Because we're all terrified of police in America. Thanks, cop. Thanks, Phoenix. We'll talk more about you later. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Within 1 second, this cop is coming forward with both hands like he's going to grab him by the neck. What does that look like to everybody else on earth? Looks to me like he's trying to go for the guy's throat, right? Maybe not right. I shouldn't have asked nobody. Look at it from the other guy's point of view. If somebody came at you like that with their arms outstretched, what would you think they were doing?
Attacking
And reaching for?
my neck.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, George. Even if you were just playing along, thank you. Oh, look how high those hands are now. What about now? How about now? Are we there yet? And
He has his hands in a position like he's going to grab the neck.
yeah, look at the shadow. That doesn't look like somebody who's going to try to tackle somebody or sweep the leg. Right? Look at his actual policeman arms and his actual policeman shadow. What is the other side of this equation the guy the camera and the hands are pointing at supposed to think? With or without words, regardless of the fact that the guy can't hear your words. There it is. So, what do you think this cop's plan was when he drove into the parking lot?
Catch what he deemed a bad guy before he could run.
Get in a fight. Gonna sweat out some Monster Energy drink and other go fast and maybe a little sugar high from that small pack of powdery donuts. Hyper aggressive. Meat eater. You're the law. You're the cops. Control your subject. Another word cops use. And they won't get it out of this emergency response book. Ray. Everybody everywhere. Don't call human beings subject. You don't know what that word means. So here we are, a second, and we're not even a full second from when I said, there, he's almost upright. It's still 6:41. It doesn't matter that the cop's thinking I'm going to grab that arm and twist it behind his back and slam him on the ground and put my knee on his low back, not the head and neck and shoulders anymore. That got erased in 2020. If he's only grabbing the arm, why did this one go up and over the arm? And we're talking about a fraction of a second here. What is the other side supposed to do with their untrained deportment versus your supposedly you had a whole year or a semester at least of training, including practical instruction, textbook instruction, and practical training. They call it ground fighting, and they all do Gracie jujitsus and all this cool guy cop stuff. Well, that dude ain't a cop. He didn't have that same classroom. How do you expect him to respond to someone attacking him? Be glad he's not just a black guy from the inner city like where I'm from, because they don't look for your uniform and badge and respect that you put your hands on them, they'll kill you. Go ride yourself into Compton, white person, with or without a uniform, and lay your hands upon somebody. Doesn't matter what color they are, they'll fix you. The really cool guy, tough guy instructors call that a self-correcting problem. It'll only happen once. Oh, where's that left hand? Into the chest. It's below the chin, out of sight of the owner of the chest. You should assume that they, the receiver of this forward attack motion, would assume you're going for their throat. Then it slid up to the shoulder. And then because of the dynamic nature of struggle, get off my screen, words.
You got closed caption turned on.
I turn it off. The guy tried, and the guy ain't thinking through this. The guy didn't have a written plan. hey, if some, especially a tyrant, stupid cop, jumps out of his car and lays his hands upon you, if anyone in this whole world jumps out of their vehicle and within 1 second is laying hands on you, how am I going to react? Oh, I'm going to bend my knees. That the knees going out from under you proves that you've had no training. Your legs turn to water. We're not fight or flight animals. When the sudden fear without regular breathing comes upon a human, they lose their legs. And here he is right there. And here's cop hurting him. This is all instinct happening on behalf of the guy. I want to say the victim of this police brutality. Please, cop, understand. They're gonna department dump on you, and you were bad all along. They're gonna dig up some old dusty paperwork that has your name on it. And their agreement and settlement with non-disclosure agreements and everything else for tens, thousands of dollars, probably not hundreds of thousands or millions like he deserves, will agree to indemnify you that he can't sue you civilly in exchange for some taxpayer money. So if the guy was really trying to do all the evil that the cop said he was really trying to do, if someone was trying to flee and escape you, why would you ball up a fist and punch him in the head that you already have your other hand on their head? It's called rabbit punching. It's illegal in boxing. Where did you learn this, cop? Here we go again. Howell will stand that qualified immunity. You probably should have read some of this first, and the deportment section. What happens if you encounter a suspect or a potential suspect? And I don't even remember what it was, George. What was the catalyst incident in this? Murder? What started
Nope.
this whole thing?
The
Somebody was
ladies,
told, not asked, to leave that gas station, right?
yep.
Because a trespasser refuses to leave. The worst this could be is trespass.
Well, there was also a call in from somebody. I believe that's the reason I wanted you to watch it. Is that I think it was first it was an armed
I
female
watched it
white
yet.
suspect.
I watched it yesterday. I don't remember anything that would result in hyper aggressive hunt somebody down police behavior. I don't know. Maybe we'll watch it later and risk the YouTube playing its own ads over things. The point is, this is what this guy has learned. Whether he learned it on his own, in cooperation with other people, and I promise you, there are plenty of those above you in police work, baby cops, young cops. They teach you wrong because they're so cowardly and stupid. The only way they get their jollies in this life is when you go out and do something that's stupid, or you go out being so stupid that you listened to them, Sarge or LT, or worse, some instructor at an academy somewhere who doesn't do this stuff for a living. They teach it. It's you who are responsible for this. With great power, not authority. You have no authority. Know what words mean. The only thing police have is power. Comes great responsibility. And now everybody above you is going to laugh. They're probably looking at this thing frame at a time, just like I am, thinking about, well, there's a case of destiny. They don't know big words like that. So imagine the luck. All of us were busy, so we sent that call over to N-word beater cop. And they're all going to come out that no, they never wrote it down, but they've had many, many problems with you and your racial biases. It's called The Departmental Dump by only Dean Wiley on planet Earth. I'm telling you, Texas, take a lesson. I could teach your cops something. A lot of them will quit, but no butt in a seat is better than a bad butt in a seat. There it is. Strikes and blows. Hard hands. He tried the soft hands and missed, because that's what they call pressure points and pain compliance and joint locks is in police training. They call that soft hands because they're not smart, the teachers or the students. Hard hands is punches and kicks, more likely to induce injury. Well, he has a good follow through in his punches. He didn't check that punch at all. He missed, thankfully. And then they cut it off right before everything else bad happens, and they really hurt this guy who is deaf. He couldn't have heard their instructions. How many instructions could that cop have given? 153. He's coming out of the vehicle aggressively. One second later, maybe some decimals of a second, at 154, he's got both hands in physical contact with the guy. The guy had 1 second. So everything done here, and I hope Phoenix, and I don't know if I'm right or wrong. I don't remember where the bad police department is. There's too many of them. Probably misspelled his name. Shiver, not Shiniver. Everybody can see, and I'm not allowed to say the word on the YouTube, but Google and the ACLU says it's fine. Mesa, Arizona, not Phoenix, Arizona. Still in Arizona. So's Tombstone, Law Dog. This is another Destiny story for another stream, another live, another day. Here we are, Arizona cops. Did you used to work at Mesa, whatever cop you are that hurt this guy? So how do you act, or how do you react? I can find no fault in this poor guy, just like whatever. I'm not going to go off on tangents. Let's talk about this poor guy right here. I should know his name. I don't yet. Tyrone McAlphin. Poor Tyrone. Punched and tasered and smashed into the ground. I didn't pay attention enough. My eyes drifted away and my mind drifted away to the other Phoenix one, the Mesa one that I just pulled up. Just because of Arizona. What is your plan if I know how we can do this without watching the video? There's probably a statutory cap on that. Because I can't imagine whoever's the state must have a maximum. Or the lawyers are just smart and they're like, well, we'll settle for a third. He has since tried to alert the officers. McAlpin's attorney. Ben Crump, if you're out there, lend your name to their cause. Don't try to get any money out of it, Ben. Be gentle, Ben. Bring political pressures to bear, sir. When you're given a loud voice like that, that voice is power. Yay. City of Phoenix spokesperson. Hello. Take a sensitivity class. But yay, you. All government officials, when you know you've done wrong, or it's the appearance of impropriety, please shut up. Declining to comment is perfect. You did good. Somebody go find city spokesperson, man, woman, or child, and have them teach classes to everybody else about just stand there and be quiet. Like, just sit in your police car and be quiet. Don't get out aggressively and take control. Kicking ass and taking names, and I'm all out of names.
Or words to that effect.
Yeah, bubblegum. The famous Rowdy Roddy Piper.
Them.
They were dispatched to investigate a report of a man causing problems and wouldn't leave. So, a disturbance. And I
Trash.
guess trespassing.
Yep.
Neither one is an arrestable using good officer discretion. Neither one of those things is worth hurting somebody or getting hurt over. Get this written. If your department won't write you one, Phoenix, then each individual cop take responsibility for yourself. Is it worth your job? Do you truly honestly believe that you're going to win every fight you're ever in? And number 3, very important, that might be number 0. Every time you do something like this, I would like to say 10, but let's just say 1, that it's in balance in the universe. See my yin yang logo. Every time one of you cops, let's call this one a mistake, makes a mistake like this, somewhere a really bad guy is going to shoot a cop that probably wasn't like you and didn't need shooting. See, the lady cop that got walked up and blasted on probably a decade ago in New York by persons unknown, and they never caught the bad guys. Why? And it's the circle of violence, and it goes on and on and on. So what can stem from this? And it's the butterfly effect and the ripples in the pond and all that other stuff. Take responsibility for yourself. You don't have to be a cop. You didn't get drafted. Get over yourself. I'm not giving you any excuses. You hurt a guy who was born hurt. He's deaf and has cerebral palsy. But wait, I'm getting there. According to records, police records, the original description was for a white man. If you go through his life seeing that everybody else made a mistake, because white men do no wrong, and white men can't jump. Identify these prejudices and biases in yourself and stop interacting with society. Get you a remote work job where you answer phones and call people N-words. Become the call center for the KKK. They want to hear it. They'll pay you. You're allowed in your private organizations to be as hateful and stupid as you want to be. But especially if you're going to work for the public, out in public. Number one, follow the law. Number two, follow the rules. There's several things I still have to get to. Sorry, I went deep. I put in the title description of my stream. I wanted to go shallow end. Watch it. Sleeping. It was meant to be, though. That is our destiny, George, to get this one in the can. And then I can have it. If I get it catharticized, I guess, out of me and onto the internet webs, then it won't be weighing on me tomorrow if we go play this again. Maybe. Some of these things haunt me, which is why I don't do well dealing in these industries and try to turn my back on it. All right, let's talk about creating a disturbance. But the bad guy, that man, I wonder, News, how did you ascertain his preferred pronouns? Because my little man, 10-year-old, and some little kids who drew a picture for my brother 10,000 years ago use a different B-yacht word to describe men like that. Non-gender specific, gender neutral term, B-yacht. That man later claimed he was assaulted by a black man. There you go. And he pointed to the first black man he saw. Yeah, that one. So what cop do? Went over and beat the living hell out of after startling the spirit out of some poor innocent bystander. And not only that, the good guy. Because as you scroll down or watch the video, they say that what poor Mr. Deaf and Cerebral Palsy was doing in the store that the bad guy could point a finger at him was trying to get the bad guy to leave. He was trying to be a knight in shining armor to a store he shops at every day. Maybe it doesn't say it in here, but it definitely says it in here. So the good guy, and we have the cliche. Hold the thought, George, remember it. Let me finish this because I'll forget it. As I said earlier, I'm going to say it again 1,000,000 times till I die. But now it's recorded for my posterity on the internet. We currently live in a very wicked world or worldly system. Only bad and wrong is going to be rewarded. We have a cliche or a saying. No good deed goes unpunished. Please ask Mr. Tyrone McAlpin what he thinks of that cliche or saying right now. Now go, George, if you still remember.
Yeah, the person who was attacked wasn't even at the store in the store. He just happened to be walking out of another store across the road as the guy, if you watch the other video, the video of when they're talking to the white guy, just kind of looks almost like looks around and goes, "Oh, over there, him."
But he really was. It is. I always say destiny, and George, you've heard it. The rest of you on planet Earth, or in the history or the annals, you haven't heard it. I'm a great believer in destiny. I have all these sayings about confluence, crossroads, nexus, cross paths. Let me find my video. Not my video. The shadow boxer, white cop, and poor Mr. Tyrone or Tyrone. Out of 8.x plus billion with a B people on planet Earth found themselves standing in touching distance of each other. In all the histories of all the people of all the world, of all the gin joints in all the world, they walked into each other's. This is destiny. And all the rest of us have to do is sit around and say, oh, and poor baby, and sucks to be him, and all the other tough guy talk and tough gal talk, and whatever. What I looked at yesterday and tried to find today, you know what I don't see down in here for this poor Mr. Tyrone, and if I'm saying that wrong, Tyrone, forgive me. I don't see a GoFundMe link and help the dude out, which goes back to another destiny for another day. These things all tie together. I wish I didn't remember. I wish I was drunk and didn't have these problems, but I'm not. I am who I am. This poor guy, because of the same kind of gung-ho action junkie, ST asterisk PID idiot in a uniform with a badge hung on it, killed Mr. Dennis Bodden in Charlotte a few months ago by an off-duty sergeant. This is an adrenaline junkie. This is a gung-ho. No one in our state is doing anything about it. I've begged news people. I've begged the ACLU. I begged Mr. Ben Crump. I begged a lawyer in Fayetteville who's working with Mr. Ben Crump on another case of an off-duty cop killing somebody that didn't need killing. And I get silenced and kicked off my Facebook because I did happen to mention some of these things over on the Facebook. Like, somebody in power needs to be investigating these things. No, I don't believe that you're going to bring Mr. Dennis Bodden back from the dead, and I apologize if somehow this gets to his poor mother. And then we'll go back to some other natives of North Carolina, how this all ties together. And unfortunately, I found it as I feel like a duty or a compulsion. And I try to teach this to police and security guards and military people who have the power to hurt and kill. And they think they are immune because they're not very smart. They just really enjoy the power. Get yourself some GDMFCS. You go look it up, try to figure out, decode what that means. You better get yourself some plans. Never mind emergencies. Every day, how many times are you going to encounter in a law enforcement career, do you think that you might encounter can't even find it. What the hell ever it is. a minor disturbance and a what? Wouldn't leave? Had he been properly notified to leave? I don't know how trespassing works. It might be different in Arizona. I'm not looking it up. But just like, here's the destiny. Why do these images overlap in my mind? Because poor Mr. Bodden, if it's Bowden, I apologize, his mother. I really have tried, ma'am. He had headphones on and was in the deep midst of a serious mental health crisis, probably worsened by pharmaceuticals or improper taking or not taking of his pharmaceuticals for his mental health crisis. But he didn't hear the cop who ended up shooting him. Because he had his Bluetooth on and he was listening to the rock out. But ignoring cops makes them murderously angry, super fueled by energy drinks. Everybody calm the F down. Oh, do I need to say that in police jargon? Relax, relax, relax. Stop resisting. And so what do we learn from the Dennis Bodden? And now we add Tyrone, Mr. McAlphin, whatever, all pin. I misread it because I have a friend who's named Alfin. You, Mr. Tyrone McAlphin. Holla. I'm very slow. You'll have to tell me in the letter version. I don't know any other than thank you, I love you, and you are a horse's ass. In two hands moving in the air, sign language. But I had a deaf relative and used to always buy from the deaf people that would go door to door selling those little put them in your wallet cards to understand sign language. And I can still understand the sign language a little bit, just the letters. If you need someone to listen to you and not tell you woulda, coulda, shouldas, I understand that that is needed. It's in my plans and my plans only. Have someone you can talk to that won't tell you woulda, coulda, shoulda. No matter what it is in this world. Okay, so then we can go back to the big one, the big famous one. McAlpin. I hope I'm saying it right. Mr. Bodden. And everybody should know, if you don't know the name, the content, and the context of Mr. George Floyd, whose family is from North Carolina. Stop everything you're doing. Stop watching my stream. Go look him up on the wiki. Yep, even the wiki. Go ask the Google bar. Go watch hundreds of videos and go watch that whole ding-danging trial. The catalyst event in the 10-minute, I know, don't you internet start correcting me on that. In the 7.5 to 8.3 minutes of it just is what it is. You don't need to imply racial bias or not. It's just a reporting of the fact. White cop knee on black man neck. Made black man dead. And we're supposed to say, what do we learn from this? Private stores. Our police are hurters and killers. George has heard this before. The rest of the planet probably hasn't. Hundreds, if not thousands, of security and police students, participants in my courses or training have heard this plenty. Mine flitted away to a different thing. Is whatever you're getting involved in worth killing or dying over? Private businesses. Stop calling the police. I used to have on my Facebook and on my LinkedIn, but after the Facebook ban, I deleted it from LinkedIn and notified their moderation. Is this okay according to you? I haven't had an answer back, so I'm not putting it back up there. Start teaching all the children in this country. YouTube, please don't kill me for this or ban me or whatever. Take it to the furthest extreme possible. And while you're digging through all that George Floyd stuff, go find the couple of short, tiny little before he got forgotten. And it's 15 seconds according to the freak show artist out of New York, not 15 minutes. Would you people please get your sayings right? He got his 15 seconds. The poor little clerk that took George Floyd's photocopiered or whatever joke of a counterfeit $20 bill and called the cops on him for it. It's another lesson in psychology that I bet you nobody's followed up with that poor young man, and I wonder where are you now 4 years later? 4.5. Because I did see the interviews where he said, you know what, I regret that I ever called the cops. Listen, you private businesses, if you want security, give me a call. I don't know anybody right now, not one, not a single, that I can refer you to security officer that has their stuff together that I would recommend them or their company to you. So you better train your own damn employees. If it's a trespass and a disturbance, scream in that MFer's face to get out of your store. Because if you call the police, they are going to get an innocent bystander and hurt and kill them. Or worse, the good guy who tried to help you. Just shut your freaking store. Remember the emergency plan thing? All right, let's take it out of law enforcement and security. Business owners, what are you going to do in your business if somebody's causing a minor disturbance and whatever? If you call 911, assure yourself that the cops are going to hurt or kill somebody that didn't need it. Guarantee it. Write it in your plan. So do you really want that on your shoulders? We will just take what the whole BLMs and defunds, and never mind all those, what you Antifas, the President of the United States, alongside the Chief of Police of Los Angeles, and several other police chiefs, and back in 2011, had that meeting and discussion. It's the only thing I ever remember that I said, all right, I hate on him so much. Catch him doing something right, says Dr. Phil. Give him an attaboy. Barack Obama assembled that thing about the systemic racism. And put together, and even though He's another one that I think should have been impeached, tried, treasoned, something. Eric Holder. See the Fast Furious gun thing that got at least one Border Patrol agent killed? They identified the entire Department of Justice, the administration of Barack Obama's second term White House, all the top lawyers, and the president, who was a lawyer, said that our cops are bad. They're racist. So me saying it again, go blame him. I'm telling you, take it to the furthest possible extreme. And if you can't handle it, that the cops are going to come in and hurt and kill someone that doesn't need hurting and killing over your counterfeit bill or your refusal to provide your own private security, Food Lion of Charlotte and Pikeville or Pikesville or Pineville. I don't even remember where the police department is. I don't care. The bad guys. We don't say the name of the bad guys. That moron up there that killed George Floyd. If you can't handle that the police are going to come severely hurt or kill somebody over your inability to conduct your private business, then lock the doors and go home. If you're not going to manage your business and deal with it, because what if the police are busy? See, here's destiny. It took me a lot of bad living in my life and a lot of sitting around stewing, hiding in my house because I'm afraid of Americans. Me and David Bowie. Rip. Because none of us are thoughtful. None of us are careful. None of us have plans at all, let alone for an emergency. Like something that happens every day in America is somebody might try to hand you across the counter a fake $20 bill or a $5 bill that they printed out of a $29 color printer. What is your written plan, handed and checklisted and well taught to your counter clerks that suffer at minimum wage or whatever they do? If someone tries to pass you fake money, what do? Be cordial, be polite. Who do you notify? Notify the boss and tell the boss that this damn place needs a book. It needs an instruction manual and training videos. What do we do with someone trying to pass a fake bill? We tell them, not ask them. Good try, not this time, leave. Tell, don't ask. There's your plan. Go write it down, business owners of America. And so here we go. Convenience store in Phoenix, Arizona. What are you going to do if some white guy is going to point his finger at the law dogs and say, squirrel, but it's a black squirrel, and the cops are going to go beat the hell out of your good guy and make him, will he be okay if they give him $3.5 million that his lawyers take 40% of? Probably not. Do you think he'll ever see a black and white car or a moron in a uniform again and be like, wow, I feel safe in my America? These are the ripples in the pond. This is the destiny. So what are you going to do next time some jackass is causing a scene in your store? Write yourself a plan. Who are you going to notify? If you don't want to handle it yourselves, hire yourself your own private security and write them a standard operating procedures manual in writing. What does our security in this store do in this and that and the other and the next and the next and the next possible what ifs? What if that guy causing a disturbance shoplifted a 12-pack of beer? I'm not going to find the link. It's very hard to find. They're demoting or trying to hide that in North Carolina. Because earlier this year, some dumb flub security guard who's not registered or licensed shot at a woman he accused of trying to steal beer. Trying to. When he accused her, she took it back in the store and tossed it on the counter. Security guard shot the woman. It's certain color skin on certain color skin, so we don't have to talk about that one. Security guard wasn't white with a capital W. All right, so make yourself a plan, store owner, and write in your plan, in your where you go through. Let's talk about broad scale concepts to all of our employees and our contract security. You gotta hire a contract security company for insurance or what they call corporate layered liability protection. You got to have somebody to pass the liability buck, meaning money, to. How do these people act or react? This is why I said question marks many. I've mentioned a lot of things that are probably not right for YouTube general consumption. If I can figure out later, I'll mark this whole video as age verification required. Are you subject to, and I know what that word means, a mature deception? I wish I could say it the way Mr. Mumford does. Or are you living a multi-generational lie? Cop, store owner, whatever. If you hear about things like this and you listen to something like this, you think, God, that guy really doesn't know how to. Imagine having this stuff rattling in your head 24/7. Okay. So, what is the spark that lit the giant fire? What is the whatever? The whatever is Circle K, and I love you, Circle K. We'll talk a story one day. No, they're not a sponsor. I don't. We started to have them now in North Carolina, but I grew up in Los Angeles. We have them everywhere. Another Destiny tale.
Something up at the Circle K.
Circle K. Protect your good guys. Mr. McAlpin tried to get the guy out of your store because you hadn't taught your clerks how to deal with it. And what he got was severely hurt, punished, traumatized, terrorized, that will never go away. No, I'm sorry is going to fix it. No fistful of money. If you truly think like that, then grow up. Go get on your knees and thank your deity, whatever it is, that you don't know or have to empathize with the feeling of being hurt by who you pay to protect you. Don't talk yourself or walk yourself or think yourself away from that truth. And there's many more follow-ups in all of that. The number one killer of cops in America is the S word that we can't say on YouTube anymore. Self-unaliving? Something like that? Self-H star RM-ing to lethal or terminal levels? And why is because they have no foundation. They're not psychologically prepared to deal with hard things. What I want to see is a statistical follow-up. 5 years from Uvalde, how many of them cops are either wrecks on supposed psychoactive assistant depression drugs mixed with alcohol that they're not supposed to mix them, but most cops are drunks too, because they're never taught how do you live with it, let alone if you failed to act when you should have, let alone if you made a mistake. But straight up and down, you're not infallible and you're not immune. You are a human being. Are you going to go home tonight, copper, whoever did this to Tyron, and from now on say, ain't no sweat off my back. He shouldn't have been there. Wrong place, wrong time. Sucks to be him. No, you're going to go visit Brother Bud, Uncle Jack, and start eating them pills because you can't sleep so good at night anymore. Because you learn the hard way. Oh, it was right there. It's a James Garner movie. He's the general. Help me out, George. You know old movies just like me. And he repeats the old military adage where there's two bulls, an old bull and a young bull, standing on the hill, and there's all the cows are down below. And the young cow says, let's run down there and F a cow. The world famous James Garner didn't say F. Make sexes or something. Make love to a cow. And the old bull says, let's walk down the hill and make love to all of them. I didn't do it justice.
I don't remember that one.
Well, we'll look it up in a minute. Remind me. James Garner movie. Bulls. Because nobody ever talked to him and nobody ever told him in his life whatever cop did this. And his name might be on this screen and I'm not going to acknowledge it. These things will come back to haunt you. And you'll woulda, coulda, shoulda yourself. And the first part of the departmental dump is all of a sudden you're going to have a funny smell to you. And all them blue brothers and sisters of yours are suddenly going to have something better to do than hang around you. And that's all about deportment. What's your plan for that? When the circle has not gone unbroken. Dash Johnny Cash. Because there's just something about you. And what it's about you is that there, but for the grace of G-D in proper American modern synagogues speak, goes them. They don't know what it is about you that they don't like around them, but it gives them a funky feeling. What it is simply is that your exact presence screams to them that they are just another one of you. And then it's what's called cognitive dissonance. They can't accept the responsibility for that and write themselves a plan and a checklist. They're just going to blame you and move on. And then when it's their turn, it's going to happen to them too. So there we go. Cops, stores, whatever. And somewhere out there, some other poor baby cop, when he needs to get out aggressively and handle a situation, is going to hesitate. and it's going to cost him his life. Because he's going to have learned from you, bad Phoenix cop, probably transferred up from Mesa after that poor guy got the "you're effed" killed in that hotel hallway. That fools rush in. Don't rush. And that's not the lesson that needs to be learned. The lesson that needs to be learned is that while you're driving around that police car, hopefully uneventfully, and you'll deal with the mayor and the city council ragging on your chief, who's going to rag on you that you guys aren't writing enough cash money tickets. And look around yourself and down at yourself and brush all the powders from your powdery donuts off your belly. You tell yourself, I didn't come out here to write tickets. They could put up speeding cameras for that, or red light cameras. I came out here to protect and serve and protect. And hopefully, eventually, you just ride around patrolling. It's in the books. It's a whole section. Patrol procedures, why we patrol, how we patrol, reasons for patrol. It's free on the internet. Any of you that want to study it, including you already wearing the uniform, here's the short version. Here's the Cliff Notes version of law enforcement training in North Carolina. They left in all the, where they opened a fortune cookie and found a fortune cookie saying and taped it in a book. That's all still there. All the criminal code references were removed because security guards can't do criminal citations in North Carolina. So, store owners, run your store or close it. Cops, do your job or quit. While you're riding around uneventfully patrolling, making your presence known to the entire city so speeders will slow down. Be thinking, what if, what if, what if, what if, what if? Am I a racist? Am I a sexist? Am I the bad guy? Self-assess. Play your 4D chess. Because you will not, you cannot, no human is capable of learning these things in the instant. You have to have at least revisualized it. That's what ifing is. As long as it's complex, we've been going a long time, I'm going to jump off this box because this box still has leftovers and I wasn't writing notes. All this stuff ties together, loops back in on itself, and circles back out. It's a fractal, man. Have thought once in your life as a police officer, if I encounter a minor disturbance and a possible trespass, am I going to roll out of this thing, go hands on with somebody, after having taken the bad guy's word that it ain't me? All right, where was I at? 1734. All right, 35 because I missed the 4. Wrapping up the act, react, deportment, plan, checklist, free training materials at NC. Phoenix PD. Kick thee out of a poor. I don't mean money. It's part of the poem that every time I say it, my mother gets mad at me because she thinks money. An old famous one that got even more famous from a fantastic movie that I can't think of the name of right now, but everything is movie quotes and everything else. It was right there and then it flitted away again. Where Christian Bale is a cleric and there's two clerics and the guy reads from the poem right before Christian Bale shoot Chute him through his book. I think it's Yates or Yeats or however you say it. Yeet. The kids,
Yates,
yes,
the poet Yates.
yes. But the kids these days say yeet, and I'm still not 100% sure what it means. I just giggle because they all laugh when they say it. Many years ago, maybe 8 years ago, a cutie pie little 14-year-old girl was saying it a lot and had a t-shirt with a little baby dinosaur cartoon on it and it said yeet. And I asked her what it meant and she told me and I thought, I'm not a cutie pie 14-year-old girl. I just won't run around saying that. Out of a poor, good guy, now punished for good deeds, named Tyrone. But I being poor, it has nothing to do with money. To me, in my humble opinion, and I'm probably wrong in every other qualifying and disqualifying statement we're supposed to make on the internet webs. Or you could just make it about money. Maybe it's just about money. You got lint in your pockets. But I, being poor, have only my dreams. Tread lightly, or you tread upon my dreams. There. Did I sound like a college professor? Do I need fake leather elbows on a corduroy smoker's jacket? I mean, professor's jacket. Because nobody S words in America anymore. Tobacco bad, okay? And I guess we will revisit this again. I have visited and revisited this so often in my life. Somebody out there, some kind of lawyer, and it is severely, some kind of do-gooder organization that I would otherwise hate and call you lefties and moo-moo wearers. Somebody pile up a big ton of money. I say that a lot in my videos. I've only made 3 of these. What number are we on? I think it's the third one.
Number video? What number video?
Yeah, what does it say in the title? Number
Show
3.
number 3.
All the way in this third one, and I did mention it in the supposed to be all goofy prefab. I repeat myself a lot. That's okay. And then it went away because I was looking at. Now it's back. Go away. Go away, distractions. Go away, some more distractions. Go away, YouTube search. See what happens. Oh my goodness. There. I had to wait for the OBS to let go. Return control of my screen back to me, which is the Outer Limits. I absolutely love it. The old original one. I never saw any of the new ones. We covered community. There was something else I was just about to say. Oh, yes. Somebody with money. ACLU. I don't care who. Kamala Harris. Sorry, I said it wrong. Kamala Harris. You recently have been freed from a whole lot of other obligations. You have had great power. You are still in great power in our country. Please, ma'am, I beg of thee. On bended knees, I'll kiss your damn shoes. Use your power for some good. Laugh at them on your way out the door and say, see if he does something like that during his next 4 years. If you challenge him, he will rise to it, I promise. He won't be showed up by some hand whamming. On the box, off the box, on the box, off the box. Stay on target. Dean, you turned off your targeting computer. Use the force, Dean. Somebody, anywhere, 230 or something to 250 million with M Americans, not Americans with power and influence. George Soros. Hire some lawyers who will pay me. I'll charge them next to nothing, but I must charge something. I have no monies. This world steals from me. It's mean to me. I thought I almost could breathe. Dance between the checks. And of course, my car broke and needed all my money and then some, and I had to borrow money. Somebody do something for Mr. Dennis Bawden's memory and his mother. Please, world, internets, hear me roar. I'll clip this out of the VOD and make it into a short. Really write your name in the history book. Mrs. Harris, ma'am, Vice President, ma'am, should have been our queen. Whatever. I might not kiss the ring, but I'll sure kiss the butt if you'll get. I'm not trying to do it for me. Do it for that poor guy who didn't deserve to die that day. And his poor mother, who nobody, including Ben Crump, shamed and blamed, called out on the internet ban. Will do anything for. Not enough dollar signs after it. Forcing the police and the North Carolina Private Protective Services Board to learn the law and obey it. Doesn't generate money for any lawyer pocket, so the lawyers don't care. And so goes, if nowhere else but Google searches that will eventually fade away. And my YouTube, when they eventually permaban me like Facebook did, will recall the name of. Shouldn't have wore those headphones that day and had a mental health crisis. Poor Dennis Bawden. All right, next. I begged for help. Begged for help for Dennis Bawden's mother. He's KIADOA. He can't use help anymore. I am very gallows dry humored. Two people, internet planet, mammy. Okay, where are we going next? What did I ask you to remind me, George?
I don't remember.
Yeah, you see?
As far as I know, that was it.
No, that was something else. I said, remember this, remind me in a couple minutes. And there's the problem. Fatigue plays a role. I say that all the time, don't I, George?
Yep.
Fatigue plays a role. All these other things play a role. What did I just read again and again and again and say over again and again and again? And I have been trying, but I got up on the box and was playing improv theater with distractions and everything else. I should have stopped, put a timestamp, military timestamp. I am bogarting your guys' clout and honor. Ah. Thank you for your service, all of you. I should have come in here, wrote a little timestamp, and said, remember, walking in the sand, walking hand in hand, think safe, act safe, be safe. Oh no, that's Steve Johnson's gun book. I mean, G word book. Who knows? Maybe we'll have to go back to just calling them all weapons, and everybody that has known me for all my life is going to say, I told you, Dean. You got cancel cultured. I'll explain that someday. YouTube, Google, AI bot moderators. About using your words. I think I explained it in the Red Book critique. But I shoulda, woulda, coulda, I didn't. Come over here and wrote myself a written note. So now it's gone forever. One day, weeks from now, I'll remember. All right, George. Oh, 1747. Total recall. Average, ordinary, ordinarily firm, departmental dump, SCOTUS, that, Phoenix PD, ossifer, that I called names. I really wasn't calling you names, dude, that you didn't earn. I was applying descriptive terminology to how you absolutely appear to me. You're too young. You're too gung ho. You're too naive and simple to be playing police for real. Go get you a plastic cap, G word. Put you on a little cowboy hat. Go find you a tan person with long hair to wear a deerskin. And you guys play cowboys and Indians until you get it through your head. Just go ride around on broomstick horses. The important part that I call names in policy. See SCOTUS and POV, which means point of view. You military and quasi and paramilitary police, and worse, you security fools, stop saying that that means your personal vehicle without having any idea that you just said POV. And I ask, what does the O stand for? And you say, huh?
Personally owned vehicle is the nomenclature you're looking for.
Yes, but you have spent a lifetime in and around military people where all of these idiot cops stole it from.
Yeah.
I have spent a long time in my life around military guys. I know what it means.
Okay.
The statement I was trying to make is that I ask everybody in not the military when
Okay.
they say that POV garbage, especially in the private security industry. As soon as they put it out their mouth, I say, what does the O stand for? And I either get huh or what, or down here in the south of Kakalaki, I get do what? You said 3 letters. The middle one, huh? Then I write letters to the bosses. Okay. The Phoenix police officers, I call her all those names. This is all on you personally. Eventually, the department will dump on you, or you'll just feel the cold that you're not one of they anymore. You'll have to drift away and go find yourself another department where they don't know you. And don't worry, they're so unsophisticated. There's a diplomatic way to say dumb, stupid, that they won't search you on the internet and find out, oh, God, you're that guy that hurt that deaf guy and cerebral palsy guy. No, you're too gung-ho for our department. They don't care. It's taxpayer money at the end of the day. They need warm butts in black and white cars. The dumber, the better. And because this is the standard that we live by. Regardless of your rash behavior, regardless of whatever, regardless of the mistake, and I don't know all the references and I don't know all the court and circuit court and state court statutes and rulings. There's a whole channel for that on the inner tubes. Go to home. It's right there on the screen. I'll leave the mouse till George says, yep, it's on the screen, even at faraway places.
Okay, I see POV.
Well, I'm waiting for you to see that I've got it on my subscription for Audit the Audit. Are we there yet?
Well, your mouse is over it.
Okay. Yeah, that's all I wanted. Dear cops, you, more than anybody on earth, needs to be going and looking at this. They've got them in almost all 50 states now. They are, usually if they're 30 minutes long, there's 2 events in it. They do a really good job. What I'm going to say, in summary, in policy, without all of the what circuit is Arizona in, and is their Supreme Court ruling affiliated, and does Arizona have specific statutes? And does Arizona call theirs blet or post or whatever in terms of teaching these kids of all ages? Want a badge and a gun? Be a cop? I wrote it above. I'll write it again here. In terms of a action or reaction, we have a saying. It's become popular since the internet era. From 89, when I started working with a large metropolitan law enforcement agency, until maybe 2009, I'd only ever heard it inside the blue wall. Through the eyes of someone who's not cop, in the point of view of not seasoned veteran cop or security guard or somebody who's done that kind of work, armed and badge or armed and emblem in large communities. And I will say here, in very dangerous armed security work, in what's considered very dangerous in writing and in the words of everybody in North Carolina who's been here more than a year. It didn't include any shops most of the times. Sometimes it was only at shops and stores. But the most right along, two of us working together as teams in armed security was at what we call high risk, low income residentials in Durham, North Carolina. I did not enjoy the shift and relax and be able to pull my shoulders out of my ear holes, except when riding with George's wife. She's a really good officer and really good to, she's switched on in there for you, and you can be switched on in there for her, and both of you take turns typing junk in the computer. Is it all right that I said that, George?
Yep.
Okay. It bubbled in my mind, so I let it out. Awful but lawful. Everybody's heard the term these days. I'm not even going to start citing things. Go look up Rittenhouse. Awful but lawful. They tried to use that defense at the George Floyd trial. They were able to use that defense in the trials against officers. Most of them, I think. In the Breonna Taylor no knock warrant, they killed her, but they were really looking for something else, property. They weren't looking for armed and dangerous. They were looking for stuff with a no knock warrant. Awful but lawful. Point of view. SCOTUS, the old ruling. Let's dig it up. SCOTUS, opinion. Hindsight. Vision. Point of view means vision. How it looks to. Reasonable. Graham v. Connor, 1989. That's when I signed up for and started. Not May 15th. In September and October of 89. So far in the process that I had to go marry a gal that was my friend and roommate, so that we had papers, because they wouldn't pay Sheriff's Department life insurance back then to any other than wife. Reasonableness, all of you cops. And I've offered too many times, all of you PPSBs. Oh, I've offered you too many times free. I ain't giving you nothing for free. You get paid to screw up my world. You can pay me to help put your fire out a little bit. Or I don't care. You'll pay ultimately. You rush in, fool. And speaking of Tombstone, Arizona, I went off on another thought. Go watch Tombstone, early 1990s movie, and listen to Wyatt Earp tell the dude, you do not strike me as a deliberate man, meaning you're not a thinker. And then go read the DJT assassination attempt and the Uvalde thing. Incapable of thought and or critical thought. Nothing new under the sun. All right, what are we looking for? Hind. The reasonableness, here it is, wrapped in hard double quotes, of a particular use of force must be judged from the perspective of a reasonable. Notice this one isn't wrapped in the hard double quotes. Officer on the scene, in the moment, rather than with the 2020 vision of hindsight. Not looking back from our high places and powdery wigs upon the SCOTUS bench. Probable cause is necessary for an arrest. What is necessary for a detention using reasonable force, and sorry, I don't speak exactly to the bloviated, obfuscated, I don't, if I said it wrong, suck an egg, of all these ordinances, rules, statutes, city ordinances, department policies. It says in the ding-danging stupid Constitution that none of us can live by that the Supreme Court is the law. The Supreme Court has spoken. Quit confusing yourself and confounding yourself with all this verbal judo. Simplify it, refine it, and deal with reasonable suspicion is all that is required. Even if you had a mistake, the Supreme Court forgives a otherwise reasonable officer. And the rest of it, I should get paid by attorneys to offer them on their clock, because of the rules and laws of 74C of North Carolina and the abuse of power of everyone at the Private Protective Services Board. I don't have a private investigator's license.
I'll be right back.
Yep. So I will have to be employed on an hourly basis to an attorney to help you sort this out as a clerk or a janitor or somebody else. Or here I am saying it for free, and I'm not a lawyer. To the defense attorneys, city or personal, dealing with idiot, not smart, but utterly average. Utterly average. Not extraordinary in any way, good or bad. Now go open up your Bible. I said it. I mean, the oldest piece of literature and morals tales and morals to the stories book in world history and all the histories of all of the known world. Famous collection of stories. I'm from California. I know how to say it secular. And read this. Find it in there. I'm not going to look it up. On this stream, you are neither hot nor cold. You are lukewarm. That's you. Utterly average. You are a C person. Not C plus, not C minus. But you instantly fail out if you wander around this world doing anything that you're doing at level C average. Utterly average. And smug and complacent in that averageness. It's going to be you standing in that hallway over 20 something dead babies' bodies in Uvalde, Texas, and having to go home and drink and peel yourself to sleep every night because you never thought to yourself as a police officer, what am I going to do if there's a shooter in a school? What if I got to go talk to someone about getting loud in the convenience store? Doesn't matter. Awful but lawful. The government's affording, and you can turn these words around. I just always say it this way: limited, qualified immunity. Remains
Back.
intact in my mind. And lawyers should be able to well convince any prosecutor or anybody else that not only is he not going to be found personally liable, that he cannot, because of this offer or affording. Told you this was a yin yang tale. This is the two sides to every coin. What he did was utterly, morally, and as a human being, wrong. But when we get back into our rule of law, powdery wig garbage, especially the people that have dealt with situations in the real world and taking in the totality of the circumstance. That's more Supreme Court language. I frame forwarded and back the video for many reasons. I'm looking at this from very many points of view and trying to be sympathetic, if not empathetic, to all involved. Because that is your utterly average and ordinary police officer who I know has got all the requisite things rubber stamped in his electronic files or files. They all do. Whether they actually went to any classes or qualifications or not, somebody signed off on it. Otherwise, the chief would be held responsible, and that ain't happening. Even if mistaken. Not only of a search warrant, if they make a mistake and the mistake could be considered reasonable, like limited qualified immunity remains qualified. Let me wrap the I. See no disqualifying action or behavior. Please, lawyers for the cop, ask him to resign. Tell him to go back through all training. Use your lawyer and city money power. Get him to pay me to teach him a class. Maybe he'll be the next good instructor and he can speak from the experience of guess what? Fools rush in. I did it. I hurt a guy and I have to learn to deal with it. But he won't. He'll go off claim, oh, it's PTSD and now I have to get stress disability. And how I see no disqualifying action or behavior. Even if you take the case of mistaken identity or misleading, because it is utterly average, it is ordinary, including the definition for use of force, including deadly, of ordinarily firm, meaning not insane. He didn't jump out of that car and shoot that guy. 2, class whatever misdemeanors. I looked them up yesterday, but didn't keep the links. Either one, the disturbance or the trespass upon private property, maybe somebody can go over to audit the audit and ask them to do the audit on this exact incident. And they'll put it all up on screen and go slow and in order and professional, unlike me. They are arrestable misdemeanor offenses in Phoenix, Arizona. Knowing this, your average or ordinary officer who is reasonable, being told that the bad guy tried to flee and it was an error of judgment or a mistake, that he didn't go talk to all the other witnesses and conduct any form of investigation at the scene. The first person he talked to told him, "There he goes." Slapped the bracelets on him. And the gendarmerie said, "Ha ha," and ran off to slap the bracelets on him and do policing to him and verbal judo him. Problem is, they apparently didn't teach. Oh, shoot, I closed the tab. The special populations in Phoenix, Arizona, or if they did, that dude snored through that portion of the class, or the teacher trainer instructor took them all to the girly bar with burlesque and beer. And that's how they all spent their classroom hours, because we trained to the hour, not the standard. Stay on target. Keep the thought. I already lost it. Never mind. I forgot. Whatever I was going to say, I forgot. I was going to point back to it in the book. It's a test. I'm quizzing everybody who happens to be cursed with this super long video that was going to be short and shallow end. It got deep. We've been holding our breath and carefully breathing through a regulator for a long time in this deep, deep sea of good cop, bad cop. Only the people, only the we the people really pay the price. No matter what. Including poor Mr. What's his name from Charlotte's mother. Anyway, mistaken identity, mistakenly rushing off or in, and not knowing the deafness of the innocent that was hurt. I guess that's a good way to not call somebody a victim. are all very reasonable things. And I think that's the most I'm just rewording it and having thoughts and then losing them. They appear and then they flit away. So, yes, it is awful but lawful. And I don't believe the officer should be fired. He should be retrained, going by the way that policies or doctrines or practices are. Policies and doctrines means writing to people who know what words mean. I don't think I know of any other than one who is very directly involved in law enforcement in this entire country, in my entire lifetime, who used to value words as much as I do, but sometime in the last many years, he found his way back into the alcohol, spirits, and the fire water seems to be in control. The burning spirits, the engines say. Because he misuses words all the time now too. So I feel all alone. I'm the only one who cares what the words mean. Policies are just written plans. Practices are what we do because that's what we do. Why do you do those things? Because we ain't got no policy. And some fool told me to do things. And I'm a fool who does things that other people tell me to based on my best interpretation. My sainted aunt, rip, long past, and my living saint of a mother used to tell me and my brother, and both of them said it a lot, and the women are always right. I learned, mammy, I learned. That when you didn't appear to hear some short, sweet, and simple instructions, they wouldn't ask, oh my gosh, are you deaf? And sign it out in sign language. Are you deaf? They would say, what, you got chit spelled with an S in your ears? You ever heard that one, George?
Yep.
Hey, if my mother and aunt said it, I can say it. Have you got hoop, turd, defecation? And my mother, I don't remember my aunt saying it, but my mother trained to be a lawyer. She knew how to add some words to a thing, make it more better with more words. She would say, she wouldn't ask rhetorically. She would say, you got that four-letter S word not only in your ears, but in all the space in between them. Or if she wasn't feeling, what did that guy call me the other day? That means you use too many words. Yes, I'm talking about you, Destiny, and I don't even know that big of a word. I love you. Pedantic. Long, dense, and too pedantic. How can you use that as an example of the word you're using? Over like a pendant. Pendant dangles around your neck. Lots of academic. This is so very academic. This is a whole lot of words. Excessively concerned with. Sir, one day, hopefully, we can discuss and I can explain myself to you. But anyway, my mother would reduce it to 3 little words: poop for brains. Thanks, Mom. And you said it, it must be true. That's why I spent all these hours making a video that no one but me can understand. Ha ha ha. It's a joke. All right. Everything is very reasonable when looked at through the view of that SCOTUS opinion or concurrence or combination of many rulings. Supreme Court of the United States. My apologies. I don't know if I said it out loud before I started using it as an acronym. To your average cop who doesn't know words because he works for a department that doesn't know words and what they mean, who operate under state charters and state approvals in states that don't know what words are or what words mean. I go back to in policy, which is supposed to mean by the book. It's in the manuals. Ha ha ha. I doubt they have a manual. They got big books full of words that don't say anything. They say follow the rules. Control with courtesy. So, yep, if you find yourself working at a police department or private company or a sheriff's office or department or some other big law enforcement where you might have interactions with the not cop people in this country, be careful how you interact with them. Yes, you are personally responsible because every day, Mr. Officer who beats up deaf cerebral palsy guys that are not only innocent but tried to be the good guy. You're the Roman soldier who nailed JC to the cross. Just doing my job. Well, that was the Roman soldier's destiny too. Making mistakes does not unwrap your limited qualified immunity or qualification for a limited immunity from civil and criminal prosecution. There is no disqualifying offense. Had he jumped out of that car and said, freeze, N-word, boom, disqualified. Your bias showed a little too much. It can well be explained away that you felt that there was some form of reasonable time pressure, that you thought the perpetrator had left the scene and was attempting to flee further, which is in itself a crime. To flee the scene of a crime, it doesn't say flee the scene of a felony. So when the reasonable people or the extraordinary people, who I'll call myself that in the self-deprecating way of extraordinarily bad, lesser than, even not smarties like me can say, well, I can see how that could be. And I'm not crazy. This video might prove otherwise. There's no disqualifying offense. Should it come out later that he said, man, I can't wait to get downtown today over by the gas station because that deaf guy's always around there. I'm going to kick his ass. Well, bye. If that happens, if he turns out to be truly worthy of the departmental dump, you get to still hold Mr. Tyrone or Tyrone's lawyers, the city responsible, and force them into large dollar settlements because they failed in their duty to train and supervise. And you guys go lawyer that and study that in the law schools, the courts, and everything else that has been diminished by recent court rulings since 2012. All right. I think I've said all I need to say on that except that. Mr. Bad Guy mistakes as an excuse. Anybody would have done that. I know you can say that because I just gave it to you. Bad cop. Get remedial training and instruction. Get psychological counseling and mentoring. They're two very separate things that you got to go get on your own because you bunch of P words are P words if you think you're any lesser than perfect. I know you too many of you cops for too many decades. You figure out what a mentor is. With the help of many attorneys, write and deliver one of those I don't know if it's any disingenuous hashtag sorry not sorry apologies to the guy you hurt. And I say that you, officer, or the next 10 we'll hear about tomorrow because it's Saturday night. By tomorrow, there'll be 10 more cops out there in this country, at least, that hurt or kill somebody that certainly didn't need it. Consult many attorneys before you dare say that you accept personal responsibility. That would disqualify you from the qualified immunity. All right, George, say something. I have to go answer the door.
What?
I don't know. Tell a story. I have to go answer the door.
I don't know what to say.
Sure, say
I'm
something.
kind of I'm saying something. For all those out there listening in YouTube land, I hope you enjoy the ramblings of two old men. You may learn something if you're not careful. Because some old men have been in the situations you are in now in their past. Some of them have been in worse situations and still came through it with flying colors. Or at least their flag still flying. The number of old farts that I've known in my existence, from World War One vets, World War II vets, Korea vets, Nam vets, and other types of vets, have gone on to live not prosperous, good lives. And a lot of them give back to their community one way or to the other. So don't believe everything Hollywood tells you. Not all vets are Rambo, out to hide away amongst the trees. They're not all, drugged
Deer
out,
hunters.
crazed out. Pardon me?
Deer hunters.
Yeah, deer hunter.
It's another movie.
Yeah, I remember it. I didn't
Okay.
like it, but I remember it. And I hate to say this, I would say all vets, veterans of disturbing situations, and I mean not just military vets. A lot of them come through it. They all live with a little bit of. We all live with a little bit of how do they say that? PTSD, PSD,
Yes.
post-traumatic stress syndrome, shell shock, battle fatigue. Has 100 other names. We all have it because something's. Unless you've lived in a bubble, you have it to some extent. Whether it brings on nightmares, bad memories, things you don't like doing anymore. But we manage to live knowing what we did, whether we feel bad about it or not, we learn to live with it. Your turn, Dean.
Okay. Well, I just wrote the note up on the screen.
Wrap up.
My lovely said, time to go do the weekly visit and sort the pills and write the blood pressures and take care of our elders. So we got to start wrapping it up. Yes, what George said. The answer is almost in the high 99 point something percent. Never going to be found in a bottle, RX or booze. You can go look at the internet for help with that. There is nothing wrong, absolutely nothing wrong with going to talk to somebody, especially if you write yourself a plan and make yourself a checklist. Whether you want to call them names, head shrinkers, brain doctors, whatever,
Counselors.
counselors. It doesn't have to be one of these medical people. They make pastors, they make priests. They have whole programs now that are secular. Ask the government. It has to be. There are
Just
chaplains.
Get around a bunch of friends around a fire, have a couple of beers, and tell
No,
your own story.
no, leave the beer out of it.
Beer, coffee, just sitting around a campfire or a backyard barbecue fire and shoot the fecal matter.
Yep.
Because you never know. They might have been through something like it.
Or not. And don't expect too much from people. Test them out with low quality stuff. Like if you almost hit a critter on the road one day, and not only were you scared for your life, you were scared because you didn't want to hurt a critter. If you went and told who you think you might talk to about the difficulties of living with and surviving and thriving the hauntings or the ghosts or the bad memories, don't expect miracles out of your friends or your acquaintances. They don't have a sign up over their door that says, come to me for help with whatever it is. Just like our cops are not qualified to be cops. They're not taught right. College doesn't teach people how to answer people who have dealt with a very stark reality. So test them out. Tell your, since George was talking about the military guys, tell your veteran buddies, man, if I'd have hit that dog, I'd have cried because I love puppies. And if they laugh and howl and pull your underwear up your butt crack, and those aren't the guys you want to try to talk to about how difficult it was to have dealt with true life war fighting somewhere. It's a very hard thing to find somebody that you can talk to that won't tell you woulda, coulda, shoulda, and everything you did wrong. It's part of the act and react thing, concepts that we just discussed in this whole hours.
You better wrap it up. Otherwise, you know who's going to be upset with you.
Mm-hmm. And so we will. I was trying to think if there was something very shallow end, not audit the audits. Everybody go watch this. Whatever this is this week at YouTube, go watch that. It's got to be more fun than talking about reaction content to specific police incidents and the failure in the duty to train and supervise in law enforcement and security in the United States of America. I hope somebody listens to this someday. Nobody typed any chats, at least according to my chat box.
Nope, not this time.
Hey, thanks, George. I had a good time. Got a bunch of stuff off my chest, out of my head, catharticized it, discussed it with you.
Yep.
I don't know what else we can say. We done good. Don't know when the plan for the next stream is. I'm hoping, maybe, possibly, tomorrow.
We'll see.
We shall see. All right, let's do the countdown. Wait, let me close the chat window. Hover the mouse over the stop button. When we say ending the live YouTube in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.